This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mid and one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Welcome, everybody, to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, my commentator in crime, Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we had a fun day one in the Swiss portion of things. Are you looking forward here to day two?
Hi, Robert. I'm always looking forward to a knockout. I love me a good knockout. There's a lot on the line in this inaugural weekend of the RCC. I can't wait because every single player in this field of 8 is capable of winning this tournament, and that creates so much excitement.
That's true. It's kind of like a regular season with weekly prizes, because if you finish in the top 8, you make your way to the knockout, which is what we have in store for you today. You also get Grand Prix points, the top 13 finishes amongst the season. That will be your final total as they make their way to the grand final. But of course, they're playing for money right today.
They are. It's a lot. There's weekly prizes, there's seasonal prizes, and there's Grand Prix points, because Grand Prix points accumulated throughout the season are going to be assembled. But here you see the weekly prizes, 7,500 for first place in a given week, Robert. That's huge.
It is huge, and 10 points for first place as well in the Grand Prix points. So they're playing, there's a lot at stake here. And with that in mind, it's early in the season. The top 13 events, as we mentioned, count for the players. They try to reach the final later this year, because that final has quite a lot of prize money at stake as well. So there's so much to play for each and every week. And today, I mean, it's a little bit different than yesterday, right? The players yesterday, they played 10-minute chess, no increment. We saw some wild finishes, some people flagging and winning positions, sometimes couldn't get that last move done in time. But today they get that increment done. So that should be a big difference for the players.
Yeah, huge difference. It changes the tenor of the games completely. We won't have quite the same level of crazy time scrambles. And let's go over quickly the other aspects of the format. It's a single elimination. So they're not playing matches. They're playing in single games. Very important. So callers matter. And if a game is drawn, then you go to a 3+2. And if that game is drawn, there's a 1+1. And if that game is drawn, and I wonder if we're going to see any Armageddons, Robert, unlikely but possible, then of course we will have, as we always do, an Armageddon. And I'm sure we will have Armageddons at some point in the RCC. Will we have one today? Will any of the matches be this evenly matched?
Well, that would be great. If it's that closely contested, we'll be getting an Armageddon. But look at the 8 players we have in today's matchups. We see that in the top left, it's Anish Giri. He hacked his way through the field yesterday to get first place, and now he gets to play against Vladislav Kovalev. So not an easy opponent in the first round of these brackets.
Who is that guy below Giri? Fabiano? I'm having a hard time reading it. And the guy in the top right below Paravian, Ian, I can't, it's too long of a name to pronounce. I can't pronounce Russian names. But amazing players, of course, Jospem against Amin Tavadabai. Both of them are mainstays in online chess. And when I say anybody is capable of winning this on a good day, I really mean it. I'm not just saying it. And that adds tremendous intrigue. Nobody is going to have an easy path forward.
That's right. And the matchups, they're going to be staggered. The players will take on each other one at a time. And as you mentioned, we start with a 10+2 game. If that's strong, we get to the quicker time controls, and it's going to flip-flop. The higher seed, that's in this case Anish Giri, he has what you would call home field advantage in sporting terms. He gets the white pieces in the longest time control games. He will try to maximize that, the first move advantage. So, Danya, we're going to head to a quick break. But before we do, we want to thank our sponsors, because the Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn, Explore DeFi, and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much, much more. So learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. For now, we're going to take a very short break. When we return, it will be the first matchup in this knockout here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And we are ready for the first matchup of the day. It is Anish Giri taking on Vladislav Kovalyov. And Danya, that is a heavyweight matchup. Some of our, our viewers here, they might not be as familiar with Vladislav, but I think you could tell them all that he is going to be a serious contender if he can make his way past Anish Giri.
Yeah, definitely. Vladislav is a Belarusian grandmaster. He's very strong. He's very experienced, and he's a great rapid player. I've played Blitz with him over the board. I know him pretty well, and he's a force to be reckoned with. Now, he's dropped some rating over the past couple of months, but he was actually over 2,700 FIDE at his peak. So the guy is nothing to sneeze at. And as we speak, the first game, Anish Giri against Kovalyov, is underway. Here we go in Italian.
Okay, we'll see
Seatbelts fastened.
Mine is definitely fastened. I checked for my exits. I'm ready to be locked in here. And we have an Italian game. And oftentimes, Daniel, we think of the Italian game as being kind of quiet, but there are many variations where you can just get aggressive early on. And for this position, right, Black just plays D6. White's probably going to throw an H3 at some point. But where's this game? Where's the direction going, do you think?
Well, the direction is probably the king side. There's a calm before the storm situation in the Italian where the players assemble their pieces properly. You often see knight e7, knight g6, and correspondingly with white knight coming to g3. Some stuff happens on the queen side. So in recent times, white has started playing a4 more and expanding a little bit on the queen side. But by and large, a lot of the action in the Italian tends to slowly but surely migrate toward the king side, but not always, of course.
Right. And well, we do see the move A4. And importantly, Black put the pawn A6. Sometimes Black even plays A5 here or in a similar position to stop White from playing B4, getting that expansion. But the expansion in and of itself is not that worrisome. It's just about coming up with an idea, because when you see a position like this as the bishop retreats to A7, is White going to strike with D4? Is Black going to somehow strike with D5? These are moves that are extremely committal because you loosen the defense of your E pawn as soon as you push your D pawn. So both sides are not going to make that move without some serious calculation.
Yeah, you're right. D5 is a tempting move for a lot of players, but you don't just throw that out there because it weakens the E5 pawn tremendously. And here's another source of tension. White has a major choice. White can take on E6. He does. The downside is that he's opened up the F file, and now Black has the same exact choice. Does Black take on E3? And then oftentimes I've seen White recapture with the rook in order to keep a symmetry of pawn structure. If you notice these pawns on B7 and E6, they can be attacked with the move Queen B3, and you'll often see White pushing D4 in one of these positions.
Yeah, that's
there it is, A5 by Black.
And this is the frustrating thing for Black, is that usually the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side with the advantage. Now, White can push D3 to D4 at some point. Black is not going to be able to play D6 to D5 very easily because the E5 pawn, that's going to become a target. At that point, there's no pawn to defend its friend, and then that becomes an issue. So that's why White is going to think about playing D4. Black will not consider the same on his end, but the semi-open F file, that can give Black an attack. The knight at some point swinging to H5 to F4, things like that. But the rook on E3 is so well placed because then White can play G3 at any moment, and the knight on F3 is over defended by all of White's pieces. You play G3, Queen E2, King G2. You just put all your pieces in order, and then you can play for more aggressive intentions after that.
And Vlad taking a completely different approach, going knight D7, perhaps swinging the knight to C5, but not necessarily. I think this is more of a prophylactic move. He wants to meet Queen B3 with knight C5 because you take both pawns under control. Now, Queen B3 could still be played, but this might be prime time for D4. No, Anish going Queen E2 and continues to make improvements to his position. Probably he's going to bring the rook in. And the knight on D2, I still think, could head to G3.
Right. But this pawn structure here on the queen side for White, there's something that when you look at this position, A4 and C3, the B3 square isn't very well defended. So if that knight goes on the journey you're talking about and the knight comes to C5, you may have a problem with this A4 pawn. Now, the queen can slide over to C2. You will be able to defend that side of the board, but you just have to keep your eye on it, because I do feel like sometimes White will focus their attention too much on the king side of the center and then lose sight of how the queen side can quickly be under fire.
Absolutely. And a case in point, if you just move your rook away, which I mentioned, after knight C5, you already have to either play the very awkward looking move B3, or you have to bring the queen back to D1. And nobody likes playing Queen E2 and then bringing the queen back a move later. Instead, Anish, knight H2, making way for the rook, and he moves it to F3 rather than G3, and then he trades it. What do you make of it? Trading one pair of rooks here.
It's a great question because I was going to ask you the same. And this is what these players need to do, right? They need to figure out what trades benefit the side. So let's say we take the queens off the board. Is that good for white? Is that good for black? Let's say we take a pair of rooks or the queen and the rooks and we get a knight endgame. I think the pure knight endgame could be, nice for white, but it's hard to attack black's weaknesses. They're not so weak if you can't get to them. And I think that this game, it's level in terms of the evaluation, but what are the ideas? Is white going to play for d4 at long last? It seems like it's really hard to make work in any satisfactory manner.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure exactly what Anish is going for. What is the zen of black's kingside construction? Yeah, this knight can go to g4. Congratulations. But where is it going from g4? There's nothing to attack there on the king side. There's no there. Whereas, and there we go. Then he's bringing his knight back to f3. Black, on the other hand, has much of the same problem. Right now, neither side has any targets. And that's why the computer evaluation is 0.00. And the top computer lies queen f6, queen e3, queen g6, just moving the queens back and forth.
And it makes sense because if you play for results and you're thinking, I'm going to try to win this game, then you often get yourself in trouble. So maybe d4 is an idea for white, but it might also backfire. So queen f6, you said queen e3 is an option. The knight can go right back to h2. Black isn't really in the business of making progress from this position. I don't really see how white can make a mistake to get into a situation where they're worse unless they press forward too much. Overextending, I should say, can lead white to some problems. But for now, if you just move back and forth, I don't think black is in any position to take advantage, but that's not what you want from the white side of the game that's only 20 moves in.
No, and they're actually following that line, which is pretty funny. And black can make a move like king h8, making surface level improvements to his position. I also thought about playing g5 here, but that's one of those moves you mentioned, which is associated with a great deal of risk. It's not quite clear what g5 achieves. It's not like black is threatening g4. It's not like black can play h5 because then the g5 is going to pawn is going to fall. I would play knight c5 in one of these positions, but perhaps that walks into the move d4. Maybe black wants to induce that move, capture on d4, and then get this knight to b4 via a6. That's an interesting idea, but this unbalances the position and invites white to make progress. So let's see how Vladislav, how does he handle this position? What waiting moves does he choose?
I have to be honest, and this is going back a bunch of moves in my head, but that queen b3 line you mentioned earlier that was met by knight c5, that looked way more appealing than what we have here because black's play is very clear right now, but that line that you discussed earlier about putting pressure on the e6 pawn and that knight on c5 in some positions can be kicked very easily. So I feel like black is much more stable right now. And what you're mentioning, if you can go through the g5 line just for a second, I think there's a very important subtlety in these positions. So g5, h4, you don't want to open up the position. You play g4 as black, knight h2, h5. White has an extra pawn from the F through the H files. So if white can play F3, trade off the G and F pawns there, then white has an extra pawn on the G and H files. So then it's becoming clear that white would like to trade some material and then start mobilizing a passed pawn that you've created. So what black wants to avoid is giving white easy access to a passed pawn in the endgame. And that's why the current pawn structure is better, because if white ever plays pawn F4, you simply swap pawns off and then there's no potential for a passed pawn. So G5 is committal with your king and being open, but it also is committal in the sense the end game would be a bigger problem for black.
Yeah, and these are not just long-term considerations. You have to decide these things now. Otherwise, you won't know which pawns to push. You won't know which pieces to trade. These are not GM only considerations. It's something that everyone has to do in these close positions where it's not entirely clear how to proceed. Now, Vladislav has been taking a lot of time here, and I think that he might be worried about d4. And wow, he beats Anish to it. He goes d5 himself. That is one committal decision.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I really like it. I don't like think it has an immediate flaw, right? The e5 pawn is so well defended by both knights and the queen, but this is a long-term issue. So now for Anish, you have to figure out, how do I operate around the center here? Because if you're not careful, even the move d5 to d4 for black, if you're not looking out for it, that could be an issue at some point with the black knight coming to c5. Now, I would not be looking to play d4 because that makes the e5 pawn super weak, and you're allowing some tension that white can start opening up the position with. But that's something you just need to keep out of the corner of your eye. And for now, for white, I still don't see a path forward. Like D5, it doesn't really weaken the C5 square. You have a knight on D7. You can play pawn B6 next. So pawn pushes tend to leave squares behind. D5 doesn't leave the C5 square, but it does make the E5 pawn something that black always needs to keep an eye on.
Yeah, but this move was growing on me. I also was skeptical about it when Vladislav first played it. And I thought maybe white can play knight B3, try to get to C5. But as you said, black can simply play B6, and then the knight on B3 looks pretty dumb. You always like to point out this situation where the pawn and the knight are 3 squares apart, and the pawn is completely restricting it. Now, Anish could make a pretty neutral move, such as rook E1. Of course, that does abandon the A4 pawn to some extent. But maybe he wants to play something with a little bit more pizzazz. Like he goes rook C1.
I like it.
Interesting move.
I like it because if he had played rook D1 or rook E1 or something like that instead, I do think black could have played D4 and then knight to C5. Like it's a big decision, but black is getting active very quickly. And if that pawn for black goes to D4, you put a rook on D8 and you try to open the position up. And look at Anish.
Here we
he
go.
starts with D4.
You want to do it, and I want to do it too. Both of them putting their pawns in the center, and now things beginning to percolate. The coffee beginning to brew in the position.
And queen D6. Look at both sides. They're trying to keep the tension because now if white takes on E5, a knight takes, now you're allowing black's knight to improve. Right? The knight on D7, like the knight on D2, they're both dominated by a pawn 3 squares away. So as soon as you start trading pawns in the center, the knights have some freedom. And here, I mean, for white, Danya,
maybe this.
Queen E2, that feels like a nice move. Maybe you go queen B5 at some point, but you can't really move to the queen side because with the F file open, with the center being threatened, I feel like the queen needs to stay put near the F3, F2 squares.
Although in such situations, the Russian school of chess recommends waiting move, small improvement, maybe some move like H4, something neutral to keep the tension. Who flinches first is the main question here. And what's so hard when your time is ticking in such positions is to find ways to improve your position without releasing the tension unfavorably. And I think you named it. This pawn on D4 is absolutely crucial. I just want to show it on the board. What happens if there's a trade? Well, now look at this knight on E5. That knight has access to the C4 square. There's just a sense in which black's pieces are positioned better than white's. And the rook on F8 is quite superior to its counterpart on C1. And Anish, he plays the move B3, which is, I think, from that genre of moves that make, a small improvement to his position. Defends the A4 pawn, although, of course, it does create some holes on the queen side, but they're not easy to exploit.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, the move B3, it leaves A3 open for that queen to jump into, but then you're leaving your center behind. So just like white needs to keep attention to the E file and the F file, black can't just go all in over there on the queen side. Plus queen A3, the rook moves out the way. The knight on D2 protects the pawn. So you actually haven't achieved all that much. So I like B3. It makes sure that the queen side is protected, but later in the game, a move like that could be one that backfires. But for now, he just passes the baton right back to Vladislav and Danya. I mean, what move does black play B6? Does black play a waiting move like rook F7 or something like that?
I'll have what she's having. B6. All right. You want that? I'll have that as well. And rook F7, another one of those moves. You could just see this cat and mouse game as both players struggling to find ways to make further improvements. And in the old days, I think they would repeat the position, queen E2, rook F8, queen E3. But I have a sense in which white might be a tiny bit better, but I don't see exactly how to put that into practice. Maybe rook E1, maybe try to put pressure on the E5 pawn. I don't know what you think about that.
I like and he plays rook E1. And now for black, I think you might have to take on D4. He just does that. C takes D4 and then put that knight B4. Knight B4. But the thing about knight B4, it takes with the knight on D4. Okay, I actually really like that decision.
And now C takes.
Now there's no knight infiltration, and the knight on D7 remains guarded by the pawn on D4. It's a bad knight. And so where's the knight going? Can't go to F6. You're met with E5 with a fork. You go to B6, that pawn on B3 is perfectly placed. It stops your knight from getting to C4, protects the A4 pawn. So the knight on D7 currently is worse than knight on D2. And now let's cut the board in half. White has a 4-on-3 pawn advantage on the king side, black a 4-on-3 on the queen side, but the moves like F4 may be in the near future, and then black has to consider C5. So you want to operate where you have the extra pawn. Material as a whole is equal, but right now it's on separate sides of the board. So black thinking to strike with C5, white thinking to push the pawn to F4. We'll see whose breakthrough comes first.
Yeah, and I wouldn't dilly-dally if I were Vladislav. I would go, okay, he goes c6, and I agree. I think Anish should start pushing his f-pawn. I think f4 isn't really risky because white's got all the pieces assembled on the king side. It's not like white's king is a big concern here. And I would put the queen on b4 if I were Vladislav, but that doesn't exactly do anything. That's the problem with stationing a queen on an outpost. Okay, what are you attacking? Where do you go from there?
Right. And actually, a very direct line. Let's say I play f4 as white. You don't want to take on e4 as black because your e6 pawn is very weak. Oh, he takes on d5. Okay.
Whoa.
All right. So he's initiating the trade.
I guess if he takes d5, he claims that he has control over the e file. And I always like to say when one side has control of the only open file, that's a pretty big deal because that's the only major thoroughfare in the position and white controls it. Now, it's not out of the question that black takes on d5 with a queen. You pointed out that the e6 pawn is going to be very weak as a result, but one could argue so is white's d4 pawn. This is a very big decision for Vladislav, who's down to 3 minutes. He does take with a queen. I like that decision.
And one thing I like about not playing f4, whereas I was just going for a straightforward approach, is if you played the pawn on f4 right now and black took with a pawn on d5, that does give black's knight access to e4 square eventually. But right now, it's the white knight that can get into a square like c4, then e5, the a5 pawn's a little bit loose. So queen e4 offering a queen trade. Now black has a lot to figure out, but the problem with
now
queen
e5.
Yeah, they move e5. I mean, this is perfect. That's nice tactics by you. If you get rid of your isolated pawn, Vladislav, he needs 2 seconds to find it. d e5, knight takes e5. You lose a piece to gain a piece right back. The d2 knight is loose.
Indeed. Oh, you blunder a knight? No, you're not. It's a knight on d2. Black takes it. White does have a check on e8, but it's a completely innocuous check. It's a paper tiger, and this is a dead draw. I mean, white has to either repeat moves or return to e3, and Vladislav handled this spectacularly. Queen takes d5 and e5, making these critical decisions quickly and efficiently and correctly. This game is most likely going to end in a draw in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, there's no way forward for either side right now. If the queen's off the board, it's going to be an equal rook endgame.
Offered a draw. And I think Anish might accept it. I mean, there isn't much to play for here. And this would be, I think, a just result of this game because both sides, you can tell the effort they were putting into improving their positions. And we will have some blitz today.
Wow. And the players, that was a tough game, right? Even though if you scroll through it quickly, you think, this is an even game. Nothing really happened. No, there was tension throughout that game. And both players, they were jockeying for position in the center. And lo and behold, nothing was made of it. It was a draw. So the players will head to quicker time controls. And Vladislav will get the white pieces in our next game.
And I think he loves the fact that this is going to blitz. Just like, they give a sports team advice when you're the worst team, you want to get it into the fourth quarter. You want to shrink the amount of time available to play. You want to hang around. And in the same vein, there's far greater chance, inherently, the less time control there is. So I think Kovalyev, he's happy about this, and he's going to have the white pieces, and he's pretty dangerous with white. He's got some good opening preparation. That I can tell you firsthand.
And he's a great speed chess player. His classical rating has taken a dip in recent years. He was over 2,700. So the players know, they respect his game. Maybe he's not been in the best form in recent years, but still he is capable. And right now he gets the white piece. It's one game. And as you said, Danya, it's like getting to the fourth quarter. The team that is lower ranked, they like the shootout. We're getting into a wild state of affairs in a quick time control. And Anish Giri, he gets the black pieces. He's been extremely sharp in Tata Steel over the board. Yesterday's rapid event, he won 5 games, drew 4. He hasn't lost in the rapid time controls, but now we're getting into a blitz time control.
And I agree. He's fundamentally still solid. He's sound, but he has, raised the aggression dial. And I think that's so clearly felt in, his results in rapid tournaments because more aggressive play, more ambitious play is rewarded as a general rule. And I mean, his tactical form has been nothing short of phenomenal. He sees stuff, or as I would say, he sees everything.
Well,
he's basically a god. Can't compete with him.
He is seeing all across the board. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think who I favor in this one-off game because Anish, by rating, of course, he has to be the favorite, but he's got the black pieces and not too much time if it gets sharp.
Strap yourself in, and bishop b5 check. Vladislav choosing a quieter continuation, although after knight d7, this line is just about as sharp as, as a knight orb. This is not This is not a peaceful variation. And white often goes c3 in these positions and drops that bishop from d3 back. Okay, he plays bishop f1 and knight e5. Very interesting move. Going for a trade, in which case black is going to have a slightly damaged structure, but a major clamp over the center. It's going to be harder for white to push that d pawn 2 squares forward.
That's right, because white's pieces will be restricted thanks to the advanced pawns for black, and black is the semi-open d file. But this will be a long-term advantage for white. The knight went to a3. The knight's coming to c4, and maybe white will play b3, bishop b2, and aim right at that e5 pawn, because that pawn right now can't be defended by another pawn. The knight can retreat to d7 at some point to defend it, but then you're moving backwards. So this is a good start to the game for Vladislav and Anish. He's thinking here. He plays g6. He's going to bring his bishop to g7. But Danya, it does look like a really nice position for white, excuse me.
And there's another cool idea. You can play a5 in these positions, induce b5, and then stick that knight onto b6. I don't know about f3. I was thinking maybe about going bishop f, bishop b2, and perhaps Vladislav should follow through with b3, bishop b2. But the reason I think Anish is fianchettoing, and first of all, he could put his bishop on h6. You don't necessarily have to restrict yourself to bishop g7, but if he does put his bishop on g7, it might be because he wants to overprotect that e5 pawn. He wants to drop the knight back to d7 and ensure that he's got all hands on deck when it comes to securing that pawn in place.
And d3 played, so black has double pawns and now can return the favor playing bishop takes c4. I would definitely consider it, because the bishop on f1, that's not really much of a two bishops advantage when the bishop is stuck behind a wall of its own pawn. So bishop takes c4 is possible. Of course, the bishop can just go to g7. No bishop h6 available for black. So I think Vladislav respected your idea of bringing the bishop all the way out to h6. So that's why white is taking that square away. Danya, I would take on c4. And after pawn takes c4, I would think playing a5 is black, because I don't want a5 right now for white. This is a good
a5.
move.
White absolutely should play a5. This is a chance. And I was thinking about taking the knight and then going h5, bishop h6. He's gone h5 immediately, but I don't think switching the move order is that great of an idea. It gives white this extra option of going a5 and just to make these moves on the board. What happens if b5? Well, now white goes knight b6, and white can start attacking black's queen side. You can also play c4 here. And now look at this incredibly juicy square on d5. Vladislav has to pounce on the opportunity here. I think a5 is a very important move to play.
And after a5,
and he plays it.
If bishop takes knight, white can throw in pawn takes b6 first, and that knight's in there. C4, I love the move.
C4 is very nasty. I mean, you could also play bishop e3, which is a calmer move. I don't love this development for Anish, but c4 really causes problems in black's position.
And after c4, c3. Ooh, I really don't like that move.
I don't either.
I actually don't understand it. Like,
could it be a mouse slip? I don't think so.
Because if it's black, I'm playing knight d7. I'm kicking the knight out of b6 right now.
Absolutely.
I can't let it stay there.
And the problem, Robert, is that now knight d5 is met with bishop takes d5. If you had a pawn on c4, you would have taken to the c pawn. You would have had an open c file through which you could attack the c5 pawn. Bishop g7, though. After bishop e3 castles, now, what do you make of this? Anish is not playing knight d7. He's delaying it.
Right. And c4 not available. He plays b4, but now
b4.
Black can play c4. And if black plays c4, your d3 pawn's under attack. If the c file opens up, the queen on c7 is perfectly placed. But one of the long-term plans here for white is if we get a trade of pawns on d3, eventually you're going to try to strike through with c4 and use your pawn majority on the queen side. This is why double pawns are oftentimes not very good, because black's extra pawn, I'm going to put that in quotes, is on e5, e7. Double pawns, you're not creating a passer. But whereas if you take on d3, bishop d3, white will play c4, trade there, attack the a6 pawn, maybe play b5, and you're just going to spring free a passed pawn on the flank, and black is going to struggle to deal with that.
And I completely agree. I think Anish had to try the tactical chance bishop b3. When you have double pawns and you've got a bad pawn structure, the prescription is to play as aggressively, as actively as possible. I really dislike the move h4, Robert, because now Vladislav following through with the plan offered by the great Robert Hess. And this pawn majority is incredibly scary, because if there's a queen trade, black is kind of busted. If you look at this bishop on g7, it's staring into nothingness. It's staring at the e5 pawn. It doesn't have prospects. So Anish's only chance, he's putting all his eggs in one basket, which is the king side. And I don't see all that much there. If Vladislav can drop the bishop back to d3 and offer a queen trade, he could push the g pawn, but that does, of course, create long-term weaknesses. He's down to a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I think the time is actually going to play a really big part right now because white is much better. The knight on b6 makes rook c8 impossible. Like you'd like to play rook c8 and try to pin this bishop some more, but it's not going to happen. He ignores.
Good move.
Wow. Okay, he just ignores things on the king side, and yeah, he's just going to crash through on the queen side.
Anish is in trouble, in huge trouble, because bishop takes c6 is now a threat. Yeah, you can take on g2. No big deal. White just takes on e6, forcing the queen. You don't care about this pawn. The king is perfectly content on g1. Anish probably has to move his queen, but Robert, if he moves his queen, now you've got triple pawns, and queen c7 still forces the queen trade. I don't think black can avoid the queen trade. And as I said, if the queens get off the board, white's king is safe, and this pawn majority should decide the game. The possibility of the pawn break, b4, b5, is devastating for black.
I think what black has to do is bishop c4, trade queens on c4, and then try to use the d3 square, improve your knight, like knight h5, knight f4, maybe take on g2 first. But you need to hope, right? You need to hope that you got some counterplay somehow, and that your activity is scary. But he's now down the clock. Yeah, no, Danya, this is really getting out of control for Anish.
This is already, this is out of control. He's down to 27 seconds. He doesn't see what to do. He's hoping against hope, trying to find a way to avoid the queen trade, but he simply cannot. There's mathematically no way to avoid the queen trade. And here he goes. He takes on c4. Maybe you go queen d6 here. As bad as that looks. No, he does trade. And I'm with you. I thought he should have played rook d3 and activate his pieces. Instead, he's trying to get his knight to d6. The intention, Robert, is understandable. He's trying to prevent white from playing b5.
That's right. And he's going to play f5 at some point because he has to, not because he wants to. He needs to strike at white's position, open up some files, room for his pieces. But look at Vladislav. He is locked in. Cool. He's hovering over the board right now, trying to figure out how do I go b5, a6, a7, a8. The knight on b6 means that the rook cannot go to the a8 square to stop that pawn. So at some point, b5, maybe a pawn sacrifice, but good. But here, b5, knight d6 is the point. You cannot play b5 right now.
No, you can't. That's a fork, and black wins the pawn in the right way. What you want to do is probably move the rook up to c6, and at some point go bishop c5 in order to eliminate a knight that comes to d6. Instead, he goes knight d5. Where is that knight going from there? Is he going to go knight e7 check? But where from e7? Now he's down to 16 seconds. Now rook c8.
Rook c8.
Uh-oh. And it puts a lot of strain on white's position.
Oh my gosh, the b4 pawn is weak. It's on a dark square. So once you start trading pieces, the rook goes to b8, the bishop goes to f8, and rook then the b4 pawn. Yeah, this is
now b5. I would throw this pawn forward. This is Vladislav's chance to break through. Instead, he goes rook c6, but now Anish attacking the b pawn. He's got counterplay.
Okay, and now rook 8, the bishop can come to f8 for black. That's big. That's what he needs.
And if white now goes b5, it's not as big of a deal because black has a rook on a8, perfectly poised to stop the pawn. 6 seconds for Vladislav. He's let a lot of his advantage slip here, although he's still better.
He's better for sure. Bishop c5, great move. Just make sure the black bishop doesn't get in.
Now the rook activates to b7.
But where to from here? That's the question.
b5. You've got to go b5. He's delaying, and the bishop on c5 is guarding the g1 square. Anish has allowed it.
Oh my gosh, a6, a7, and rook b8 all coming.
I feel like it's losing. I don't know if you can stop this.
Maybe
this bishop on c5 is a hero.
Rook a1 he's going to play, but then rook b8.
Rook b8. There's no ideas because rook d1 does not threaten checkmate. Bishop on c5 guards the g1 square.
It's over.
b4, last-ditch attempt.
Okay, so I didn't realize that you can't play a8.
Takes rook d2 or rook b2, and then you just take the pawn on b4.
King of 6, rook b4, bishop e7. Only chance. If you go rook 6, b4, bishop e7.
But then rook b8, and then black gives up an exchange, and he's got chances. Vladislav in 4 seconds. How does he win?
He doesn't know. Bishop e7. There's chances.
Take e7.
Play rook b1. Play rook b1. If you play rook b1,
rook 28.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! That didn't just happen. Oh my gosh.
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Oh, and he is just destroyed emotionally right now.
Oh my God.
How?
What in the world? I didn't even see the mate.
Me neither.
I'll be honest. I mean, I saw the concept of it. I forgot about it.
Right, we were talking about, you're down an exchange in the end game, right? We thought the rook takes the queen, the rook takes back.
That's what Vladislav thought too. And the way that he should have taken on e7 here and gone rook b7, that's easy to say and hard to do. And the point here is simple. Black's king is imprisoned, right? And all white needs to do is just casually walk the king up to b8 and promote a pawn to a queen. But in the heat of the moment, it's so tempting to go for that exchange up position on This is unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. Like, I didn't see that checkmate coming at all. Like, not even slightly, but we did think that white wanted to keep the bishop. And unfortunately, the reason you want to keep the bishop was there was a checkmate threat. Danya, I think we both need to catch our breath. The next match is going to start soon. So Danya and I will take a quick break, just try to figure out what we just saw. And when we return, we'll start the second match here in the quarterfinals of the Speechless Championship presented by Coinbase. And we return here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Danya, what an exciting first match we just saw. Not so exciting of a finish for Vladislav Kovalyov, but for Anish Giri, he just given a second chance in this event.
That was ridiculous. And every single time you just see why these players are at the top. It's not, they don't just have 9 lives. I mean, it defies belief. You watch it happen again and again, and every time it's as unbelievable that this kind of turnaround happens as the last. What an unbelievable effort by Anish, and what a devastating loss by Kovalyov. But we have to move on because we have 2 very weak players in our next matchup, David Paravian and some guy named Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces.
We just essentially witnessed a full court heave, buzzer beating 3, went down by 2 points with a second left. And that was absolutely crazy stuff. But now we're getting the Dropstone DP specialty. He played this all of yesterday in the Rapid games. He loves what every new player typically learns in the opening, giving the opponent the double pawns at the king side, rerouting the knight. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's so experienced.
Jan offered a draw. And Paravia declines it. He's like, no, I'm not playing this to make a quick draw. I'm playing this to play. And of course, David doesn't want to draw because he would have black in the 3+2 game, and Jan is a monster of a blitz player.
Yeah, no, I mean, you don't want to hand Jan Nepomniachtchi the white pieces and the quicker time control, but Jan is claiming that he will be fine in this position. So we should actually talk about the position as a whole. The black kingside pawns compromise f7, f6. But what often happens in positions like this is there could be the presence of opposite color bishops, because where is that knight going to go to? It wants to hop to a square like f5. But if the knight ever goes to f5, that bishop is ready to take it on f5. And Jan decides to push Danya here.
That's a committal decision.
Yeah, it's hanging pawns, because what white typically wants to play c4 and then reroute the knight to d3 if possible. But I don't see how you can organize your pieces in that manner, at least not very easily.
Well, you can play c4, and then there's an interesting idea of going a3, bishop a5, and now b4. Now that looks just like a blunder, you're just giving away the pawn, but there's an a7 pawn that you could snag. And then as a result, the pawn on d4 becomes quite weak. But I'm not sure. I think that's too concrete of an approach. And David going knight g3. And the one thing he gives up when you move the knight away from e2 is the c3 square. Jan could entrench a bishop on c3. And honestly, I don't think black has too many problems in this position.
No, because the best that knight is going to do is go over to the f5 square. Now, there is one thing, f3, the bishop goes back to e6, and knight h5 looks like it just wins a pawn, because if you push the pawn to f5, the knight goes into f6 with check, threatening the fork. But as you mentioned, Danya, the c3 square, is available to the bishop. So it not only defends f6, attacks a1, and keeps the e1 square under control. That would not be that good of news for white. So black is just controlling many of the squares in this position.
Bishop on c3 would survive a third world war. And that's the problem with giving up your dark squared bishop so early, is all these dark squares are just perpetually going to be weak. No matter how the pawn structure changes, nothing's going to happen to the c3 square. And I think right around this moment, maybe David's thinking about that draw for me. He's like, that wasn't such a bad idea. And I do think that he should go f3, and then I think he should go c4, because as soon as black puts a bishop on c3, then your pawn is going to be stuck on c2, and black might go c4 himself. You've got to be careful. And I think this position really illustrates so well the concept that just because optically the pawn structure looks really bad, it doesn't mean you're automatically worse. And piece play might be harder to detect, but it can be just as important, or sometimes even more important than, as you said, a compromised pawn structure.
That's right. And so if white plays, not now because the rook on d1 is hanging, but c4, you want to take back with the bishop, because then black's queenside pawns are split while whites are connected. But after bishop e6, c4, and then if you take with the bishop, you're offering an exchange of pieces. And it seems like white will have weak pawns that you have to deal with. So you can't just go full steam ahead against black's pawns. However, a pure trade of light square bishops would be very, very good news for white. So if bishop e6 is played, f3, bishop e6, is played, c4, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, black probably will not take on c4 right away, because if you trade there and the pawn is weakened over there on the queen side, but the f5 square, the e4 square, the h5 square, rook can come to d5, white can just operate on all these light squares, and the bishop cannot deal with any of them.
Right. And I think that's a great clarifying point, because I mentioned, yes, black has control over the dark squares, but that's not enough. You can't just have the dark squared bishop. You need the other pieces to complement it and do what the dark squared bishop can't do. Now, David, Robert, has been thinking here for about 2 minutes, and he goes rook f1. I was not expecting it. I thought he would go f3 within a couple of seconds, but he doesn't, Ben Feingold probably somewhere in his apartment, maybe.
Yeah, but Danya, I think you're right. Right now, Paravin's like, I should have taken that draw offer, because he's just
absolutely
worse. He has his rook on f1, his rook on a1. Bishop can just be sitting on c3 for the rest of the game. And how does black continue? Probably dropping the bishop back to e6 and going for c4. You need to open some lines for your pieces. The e file alone is not enough. He does play bishop to e6.
But why is Jan hesitating about bishop c3? Is he worried that white's going to drop the knight back to e2 and chase it away?
But that's not scary, right? Then you just move it away.
Because now again, he gives David a chance to play c4. No?
Yeah, no, c4 looks like a perfectly good move. And I think that after c4, maybe he'll put a rook on d8 and try to take over the d file. And it isn't over for white. There's still things to figure out. But c4 is a move that white wants to play in most of these positions.
Yeah, and I think a lot of newer players, you kind of hinted at this, are always worried about allowing a protected passer, as you should be. And the knight is the best blockader, but the bishop is not too shabby. It's pretty stable on d3, and now the knight can jump to e4. So when black plays the move d4, that also carries with it a bunch of new weaknesses and new pathways for the knight.
That's right. And don't count out knight h5, because if black is sleeping on that move, then knight h5 hits the f6 pawn. And if you push the pawn, we said this before, the knight just jumps into f6 anyway with the fork. So
in fact, it wins the pawn here.
Yeah, just very directly. So you have to be super careful if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi here not to sleep on that idea. Knights in the rim are dim, except when they win pawns.
Well put. After c4, so for that reason, I think Jan should probably go rook bd8 and keep the tension out. You mentioned that in the event of a trade, black has more pawn weaknesses to deal with, but at least his pieces are going to be as active as they come. Both of his rooks are going to be on open files, whereas white's rooks are sleeping in their respective corners. That's not particularly reassuring. But David is thinking. Jan, as usual, has played incredibly fast, and maybe that'll pay off for him.
Yeah, he is 8 minutes, 55 seconds. He started with 10 minutes, a 2-second increment, but still he is moving at a blistering pace. And for David Paravian, I think he's feeling the pressure of competing against one of the world's absolute best players. Now, Paravian himself is fantastic. He plays in many Title Tuesdays. He's often near the top of the standing. So he, of course, can take down anyone. But it's Jan Nepomniachtchi. And yes, people will talk about his world championship. I already have put that in the past, and I mentioned his world rapid championship, where he tied for first place and lost the tiebreak match to Nordibek Abdusattorov. So he has proven that in the rapid format, he is among the best in the world, can even win the title. He was the runner-up. But right now, with the black pieces, his pawns are running up. A5, that pawn can go to A4. Then after C4, white will have a serious decision to make because the pawn structure is collapsing on the queen side.
Yeah, A4 weakens the B3 pawn, and black can hit it where it hurts. So I wouldn't go A4 if I were David. And I will echo your sentiment. I played him in a blitz tournament, over the board blitz tournament. He was about 2,300 and untitled, and I got blown off the board. And when you get blown off the board like that, you just know the guy's going to be 2,600 very shortly. And now, of course, he is.
Right. And, you know, he's serious about this event. You know, he could have just taken that draw from Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he wants more. And right now, unfortunately for him, he's just on the worst side of this position. Things are not going his way. But I'm still, you know, the one thing I think that he can hold out hope for is that H5 square. Somehow, if he can orient his pieces in a way, what he needs to do is get his rook on like the F file, remove your F2 pawn, like throw that off the board and start going for an initiative. But, you know, if you ever play F4, you don't really want to put your pawn on F5 very badly, and you're opening up your dark squares.
No, yeah, maybe you should play rook takes F2 here. I would still go C4. I honestly, both players, neither player has feared this move. David hasn't made it. He's got several chances, but I would go C4 and try my best to induce, because again, D4 runs into knight H5. So it creates quite a bit of awkwardness in black's position. And now that David has put a rook on D1, he's better equipped to handle the opening of the D file. So that particular reservation, if he had it previously, he shouldn't have it now.
Right. The open file looks nice, as Beyonce is saying, if you like, you better put a rook on it. So the rook is on D1. Now you can play C4, and then you're ready for that file to open up. So I do think.
Why do I do this?
Wait a second.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
I appreciate it. Wait, but knight H5, bishop C3?
Bishop C3.
What's his intended follow-up?
Knight F4.
Okay.
So he's trying to put pressure, but the thing is, he's probably not going to take on E6 and correct black's pawn structure.
So if I play rook B4 as black,
right?
Are you gonna play G3 maybe? But that now creates some light square weaknesses as well.
And you can play bishop E5 if you want to nudge the knight away from F4. You know, C4 is on the cards. I mean, you know, probably after knight E6, F6, because of the opposite colored bishops, white is all right. but certainly not comfortable. And Jan immediately going bishop e5.
Well, this reminds me of the game between Anish Giri and Kirill Aleksenko yesterday, where objectively Aleksenko probably could have held, but when you have 3 minutes remaining, you're clearly worse. Black has all of the activity here. No, I actually think that Jan has amazing chances to win this game, because even this move right now, what do you play for white? If you ever move your c pawn, Black will bring that bishop to d4, and you cannot possibly kick it out.
Right. No, and I always point out, opposite colored bishops with rooks on the board, far from a dead draw. There's a lot of life left in the position, and I would stick this rook on b4, and he did. David, in turn, gets his bishop onto a nice square, but what exactly is it doing on b5? Jan can just shift his rook, let's say to d8 or to e7, and then start working on making further improvements to his position.
Right. And one thing to maybe look out for is if white plays rook d3 and pawn c4, that rook on b4 is pretty awkwardly placed. So it's kind of trapped in there. So after a move like rook d3, which does look like a reasonable move, I would consider c4 as the follow-up. And then I don't know how Black is going to make
progress. Go c4 immediately. That's a very creative move. The point is that, he's blundered the b3 pawn. Well, no, then he's going to recapture on d5. And now white is definitely fine. White gets the piece activity that he needs.
Now white's going to be better.
Jan is making these decisions at a blistering pace, and that was kind of sloppy. I still think Robert, he should have gone d4. That rook on b4, imprisoned though it is, probably is still fine, although that would be a decision I would spend a couple of minutes on, probably.
Right.
Now, I agree. Why does not worse?
That rook would have been under house arrest with access to all the latest technology.
Right, exactly.
And,
you got your Oculus Rift, and you got Netflix if you want it, and you want an HBO subscription, take that too.
It would have been the Jordan Belfort of punishment. But if we go back to that position, if we can put them on, do a little bit of analysis, d4, rook d3, yes, the rook is caught off guard, but in that position, it feels like Black could have moved the bishop, tried e5, and quickly tried to strike with e4. And actually, how does white deal with that?
E5, F5 is another possibility. Like if you go F3, Black's still going to go. In fact, Black is going to go bishop back to F4 and then put it on E3.
Right.
No, this is, and white stroke, let's not forget who is actually imprisoning black stroke. Well, rook is in a prison of its own creation as well. If it moves away from D3, right, it releases black stroke. So it's a double-sided situation.
Right.
And David, though, he has to worry about this bishop D4 possibility. I love the move G3.
Yes, and bishop d4 would be a pretty automatic reply that I think, yep, there it goes. And the f2 pawn, but you can't play rook e2 thanks to the bishop on b5. And I mean, the evaluation bar is saying that white is the side for choice, and I completely agree. Healthier pawn structure and the safer king. That king on g7, it may look just fine. The rook on e7 defends it. We just saw what happens when a rook and a bishop team up against a king that is quite exposed.
Although you could play rook f3 here, and I think that forces the king back to g2. But in principle, I agree. And, if black allows king g4 followed by f4, creating a little umbrella for the king, that king on g4 would be ideally placed. And I think Jan, sensing that he's beginning to lose the thread of the game, taking his time, and the time situation, 2 minutes for David, 6.5 or so for Jan. I think that's the biggest thing that makes me say that the likeliest outcome is still, I think, a draw.
And rook e5.
Okay, allowing rook d7 check.
Is that king walking up to g6? Because then f4 is tempting, but the rook can go to h5. So both sides really need to be careful about their king safety. That would be a checkmate, right? Rook d7, king g6. And if you play f4, there's rook h5 check. The king goes up to g4 and rook f5 mate.
You could play king g2. In fact, you have to. And then, of course, black could get mated, but probably there's a repetition of moves here with the rook delivering side checks. But first question for David, does he play rook d7, or is he also thinking, he goes rook d7. Now, I think Jan's moving his king up. I just don't see him going king f8 here.
No. I think
because, then white will go rook b1, deploying the other rook and positioning, but he's thinking.
There is one thing to note, though, right? When we have opposite colored bishops, we tend to want to keep our king on the color that is opposite to the bishop that the opponent has. So king g6 is less tempting because you realize your king could be checked at some point, but king f8, you're walking to the back rank. You don't really want to do that either. So you're kind of stuck between two not that appealing choices.
The one thing in favor of king f8 is that perhaps you could follow it up with the immediate rook e7, bringing the rook back to the 7th rank and keeping it from... keeping it there in order to stop white from delivering those nasty checks, and he goes for it. I think if David goes rook b1 here, Jan is immediately basically pre-moving rook e7 here, which white cannot stop. But man, the evil bar seems to think that white's position is getting better and better.
Well, rook b1's such a nice move because bishop c6, rook up to b8 with back rank mate, or rook to b7, doubling rooks on the 7th rank. That king on h3 is actually surprisingly safe. It's tucked away here. He plays f4, allowing rook h5, and because after king g4, rook takes h2, the king will keep walking up the board. So this is getting better and better for David Paravian, and it was because Jan did not play d4 earlier.
Yeah, now the king comes up to g4, and he's got a minute on the clock, and he's completely outplaying Jan. This is very impressive. Although rook comes to c2, of course, white's advantage is still very tenuous. Material is equal. He still have opposite colored bishop. So David is going to have to continue playing very precisely here.
But is his plan to go h4, king h5, g4, pawn f5, and just say the king is safe over there somehow?
He wants to checkmate. Black's king is not out of the woods. It looks, as you said, it looks completely safe, but he goes to h5. Now that is very committal. And now Jan has the possibility of going f5 check, picking up the g3 pawn. Now it becomes a little bit scary for white's king. And now David below a minute. I mean, 3 results are possible here. Let me be very clear.
Yes, no, actually f5 check, and all of a sudden I'm starting to like Black's position because that king, if it goes up to f5, rook takes g2, the king has no moves. So it is not necessarily a checkmate immediately, but that king is not feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, this move h5 by David, I think he was afraid of Jan going h5, but it deprives the king of a very important escape square. And I can guarantee you that Jan is calculating f5 and he plays it. There we go. Okay. Now David has to take it, and maybe bishop c4 to threaten rook g8.
Who's mating who here?
Impossible to say. Then black probably has to go rook h3.
Okay, yes, because rook g8 check is a skewer. It's going to win that rook on g3. So bishop c4, rook h3 takes care of the immediate threat. The king still has the h7 square for black. There's no immediate checkmates for white, but rook h3 is also scary because you're leaving the g file. So if that rook on f1 could reach the g file, there's going to be a checkmate.
So that bishop on d4 is golden defending that square. But 25 seconds, look at David's clock. I mean, one little blunder here, and he tries to bail out. Now Jan can take and go c4. Now black is basically out of the woods.
Yeah, this is a incorrect decision to bail out. Now the game should be a draw with best play, but he doesn't have that much time left.
Bishop b2.
Pawn.
I would make a run for it if I'm Jan. Bishop b2 and c3. He could play rook d3 here and essentially force a draw. But I'm going bishop b2 if I'm Jan, and then playing c3. Now his king on g7 is still a little bit iffy.
Right. And he plays bishop b6.
Whoa, rook d6?
Yeah, that move.
Why did he walk into that?
I don't know. I mean, rook d6, there's ideas of rook g6 check. At any point, the bishop moves away. A rook can come to c6 behind the pass pawn. Wait, this is a bad decision for Jan Opamashi.
Puzzling decision by Jan, indeed, who just spent, like 30 seconds, which for him is an eternity. What was he thinking? Now David is once again better. The rook can stand behind the pass where the bishop can move away to e6, and then he can start hunting for black's king.
That's right, because if the king is forced to the back rank, look where white's king is positioned. That king could walk up to a square like e6, the f4 pawn. That's a pass pawn that can march up the board as well. So it feels like black's king is in some serious danger here. And maybe Jan was thinking, oh, David's just trying to make a draw. Like, he's not going to play for more, but now he can easily play for more with no risk.
But bishop b2 was begging to be played because that's where you usually want to position the bishop because it controls both the c3 and the c1 squares. So Jan in this game has been making quite a few puzzling decisions.
He might play rook d3 here. That's what I'm wondering. Because if he realizes that rook d3, if it looks straight, of course, it's a draw. If the rook takes the bishop, black's rook takes the white bishop, but rook g6 check keeps the game going. Oh, gosh.
But even this looks quite unpleasant because of the disparity in king placement. And he does go rook d3.
Wait. But
bishop d5. Oh, sorry. No, he went bishop d8, bishop e6, and rook d3. Now bishop d5 closes off the rook. Yeah. And then black's king is in mortal danger. But David going rook c6. Oh, I think bishop d5 is a big chance there. Now Jan pushing his pawn.
Okay, rook c8 makes sense.
Still unpleasant.
Yeah, where's that bishop going? I guess I can sit on e7 right now. And rook c7, king f8. So I think that black has the construction that will hold the game for now, but it's looking scary for that king.
And at some point, you could imagine white's king moving aside and the f pawn rumbling forward. This is my black is kind of hanging by a thread here. It still seems to me that Jan is likely to hold this position, though, because 9.8 seconds for Paravian is just not enough to play precisely in this kind of position. He's playing on increment now.
Yeah, he's going to go rook c8, rook g8. And I think king g7 is the best one because rook c7 is a big threat right now. You do.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is going to be.
You don't want to mess with that. And yeah, David is not messing around here. He's got 10 seconds. I think that's a reasonable decision.
It is. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's just like, all right, I drew with the black pieces. Now I get white in the blitz game.
I played some mistakes, but I mean, overall, that was a little Kasparov thrown in there too.
Yeah,
it gets mixed up.
You do a good Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't know why Gary, he came out of the woodwork for this one.
Gary, I tried to, to make Gary leave the room, but he won't. He's just sitting there and demanding to be interviewed.
Well, the real Gary Chess did stand up, and right now, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's going to get the white pieces in a blitz game against David Paravian. So
I hope he had some of Mom's spaghetti before the game.
That's right. And Danya, Paravian, it was a bit of a shaky game, but he did how do you put this? He kind of flipped the switch. Some players struggle when they're worse to realize the moment where they can actually start trying to play for an advantage. And he did that in this game. He just didn't have enough time remaining. So it just shows that Paravian is ready for a fight in any moment. And he's not looking for a specific result. He declined a draw offer. He did get a worse position. But then all of a sudden, when C4 happened and the position opened up, he went for a win by marching his king forward.
Yeah, and this just shows how ambitious of a player Paravian is. He's not playing this opening in order to make a draw, but I think that if it comes down to the bullet, for example, if they draw the next game, he might want to make some changes in his white opening choice. Now, Nepo, he has to be a little bit more careful, and I think he has to manage his time just a little bit better. I'm curious how the players are going to adjust to this completely different time control. It's a 3+2. There's still an increment, but they have 3 minutes to start. Here we go.
Okay. Oh, Petrov. Yes.
Okay. Taking a page out of Jan's book. Of course, Jan was playing the Petrov in the small provincial tournament called the World Championship against Magnus. And Bishop D3, one of many interesting sidelines. Usually you go C3, Bishop C2 here, I think. No, Bishop F1. Okay.
It's the second time today. Kovalyev also did something similar. He could have played C3, Bishop C2, instead dropped Bishop to F1.
Right.
You expand here in the center. And now G4 looks very promising at some point for white because the bishop goes back to G6. The white knight jumps into E5, and white just has much more space.
You kind of have to go G4 at this point. And I was going to say, don't be fooled by how symmetrical the position looks. It's actually a very sharp position. And he goes Bishop B3. Now David could take on C4 and get an isolated queen pawn structure. The most important thing there, as I always like to say, is who has control of the square in front of the IQP. In this case, it's not entirely clear what the answer is because white's going to get his knight to C3. Sometimes even the queen comes to B3. I do like the placement of that bishop on H5. It's an incredibly annoying bishop, and that's why white seriously should consider going G4 in one of these positions.
For sure. And you know how we were saying not to underestimate David Paravian? Look at his blitz rating. He's 3,008. And Jan is 3,038. That's a pretty close matchup. And it just goes to show that David Paravian is not somebody you just, you say, oh, his FIDE isn't 2,700. I'm the favorite. No, you take him very seriously. And right now he has a serious decision because the tension from C4 to D5, it's increasing. And he decides to play Bishop B4 to deal with some of that tension, but you don't really want to give up your bishop pair, Danya. So Bishop B4 could be met by a timely queen to B3, increasing the pressure once more on the D5 square, aiming towards the B7 pawn. The C file opening up is good for white with the rook on C1. A knight on C6 tends not to be happily sitting in front of a pawn on C7. So it's a mixed bag right now because white has his isolated pawn, which is generally bad in the long run.
Yeah, and he's opened up, of course, a 30-second time advantage. What else do we expect from Jan? Finally, we have a trade on C4. And how is David going to handle this position? Now, D5, Robert, is not as big of a threat as it might appear because it yields this very important E5 square for the knight. So that's not what David has to worry about. What he does have to worry about, as I think you hinted, as this possibility of going G4 and queen B3, for example. White's probably going to throw in A3 in one of these positions. I love the move queen D7. Very level-headed approach. And guess what? It prevents G4 because black can simply take on G4. And if white takes, the queen swoops in. That's out of the question for Jan.
That's right. So it connects the rooks, which is the very basic principle it does. But as you point out, it stops one of white's plans at the same time.
Another change in the pawn structure. Hanging pawns now.
But what if Bishop D5, Queen D5, C4, D5?
And then boom, boom, boom.
Just like push your pawns forward. And white needs to play G4 at some point. So maybe Bishop D5, Queen D5, G4 first, kicking the bishop back, then C4, then keep pushing those pawns at the board. But opposite colored bishops, when you have an exposed king, that's always very scary to play.
This would be an extremely committal decision. And I think that's exactly what Jan is thinking about. You can sense the wheels turning in his head. He's thinking about taking on D5. The alternative is to drop this bishop back to D2. It looks a little bit flimsy, but it's possible that he wants to keep the two bishops. I would understand that. If he takes on d5, that means he's going to play c4. He's not just going to take on d5 and then do something random.
Right. And this is one of those moments where because Jan plays so quickly, he has the time to spend knowing that this is a critical situation because bishop d5 is not a move you just make without thinking. He does play it. Queen takes d5 will be g4 and c4.
Immediate c4. You can play c4 and g4 because now if black takes on f3 after cd bishop d1 dc, black is busted because he's going to lose this b7 pawn. You have to move the bishop away. So David, he has to move the queen probably back to d7. And Jan could play the immediate d5. He doesn't actually have to play g4. But I feel like he will. I feel like it's the lesser evil to get rid of this pin before playing d5.
That's right. And after white eventually plays d5, you'll want to bring your knight to e5, but it fails tactically.
You can't. You get your bishop trapped.
Right, exactly that. So you cannot bring your knight to e5, which is really bad news. It was queen b3.
Oh, I thought he would play d5 automatically. d5 was begging to be played. And just to really quickly show, why is knight e5 impossible? Because after the trade, white runs the pawn up to f5 by force, trapping the bishop. Now, David has the possibility of going bishop f4, and he seizes it.
Yeah, because that bishop is well placed there. Now,
and knight d2, knight takes d4. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was about to say the same thing. So we were on the same tactical page there that the bishop on e3 will be overloaded. So the knight cannot go to d2. I'm guessing that is what Jan missed, but he can just bring his knight to h2. The knight maybe goes to f1 to g3. The game is not over. It's really a messy position.
But a very sloppy moment there for Jan. He had to go d5. That had absolutely no downside, particularly since the knight had to drop back to an incredibly awkward square, either d8 or e7. Both of those would compromise black's position tremendously. And Jan's regretting it. Maybe he missed knight d2, knight takes d4, but now the time situation has equalized as well. Jan does not like to be in time scrambles. That's why he plays so fast.
Yeah, his blessing is his curse because he's always ahead on the clock, which actually allows him to win many games in critical positions. But right now he's moving a little bit too quickly at that moment. Now he's slowing down. He needs to move his knight. Where to? Knight g5, there's still knight takes d4. Knight h2.
And he bites the bullet as he has to.
It's process of elimination, not something you want to do, but something you have to do. And here it's still difficult for black, Danya. The bishop on e4 looks great, but it's just aesthetically pleasing right now. It's not threatening anything. The queen on a5, not a great piece. And if you play rook to d8, white is going to play d5. The b7 pawn is hanging in many positions. So black has things to take care of as well.
Yeah, let's be clear. It's not easy to play against these hanging pawns because of how mobile they are, particularly with the time situation. David now down to 38 seconds. He's searching for a move. It's really not easy to see what to do. Like you said, rook d8, d5. How do you stop d5? The knight from h2, you indicated this as well. It can re-maneuver itself to a better square. Below 30 seconds now is David Paravian. He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, his pieces look good now, but he's frozen. And so what does he do? I would consider the move h5 because I see a pawn on g4. Let me at least have bishop g6. That's a very decent move. And queen b2, so quickly played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's just saying, you got to move. You got to find decisions that are not easy to make. And now his knight can go back to d2. His knight gets to d2.
Exactly, because knight takes d4 no longer works. The queen has dropped to a much better square where it controls. It's like the war general controlling everything from behind. Now the knight's wing to b3. Jan is taking over this game.
Where's the queen going? Queen a4, knight c5. Oh my gosh, knight c5.
Then queen b6, but black is hanging by a thread. Queen c3 can be possible. You can see the x-ray against the queen. No, this is tumbling out of control for Paravian.
And that's important because knight c5 looks like it wins a pawn on b7, queen but c3. Do not trade queen to take the pawn. Queen c3 is much better. You don't have
back against the wall.
Don't forget, no rook b1.
But you do have d5. And now, okay, queen a5. You could take on b7 here, but then David trades queens and plays rook takes d4. The rook on e1 is a hanging piece. So Jan has to continue playing precisely here.
But this is where Jan's time advantage is going to help him so much. He has plenty of time. He's calculating. He could probably trade on a5 and then figure out a next move from there. But he's thinking right now he could slide his queen back to b2.
Back to a1.
But no, but knight d4 was hanging in some
now
position
b6.
well.
But now b6. He had to play bishop f4 there, I think. David down to 2 seconds. He's got to move.
Oh my gosh, he barely got to move up.
Oh my goodness. Rook c8.
Bishop f4. Bishop f4.
Knight takes c7 and then bishop takes b6.
Great tactical vision by you.
No, Jan plays rook c3, allowing David to move his rook. Yeah, play bishop f4 because you force the c pawn forward, and then the d pawn could advance to d6. This is still winning.
Yes, bishop c7, then d6. Yes, your bishop is entombed by the pawn, but knight b8 will come at some point.
Oh, knight b8 is unstoppable. Knight b8 wins the game.
Oh, c5 also wins. Just do anything.
Anything. C5, knight b8 forces black to give up an exchange. C5 is played. David back against the wall. Now c takes b6, and you can start grabbing all the pawns.
Well, no, but if rook c6, there was knight takes d6, there would have been a pin on the c file. So knight b8, timely, and the rook on d7 is
over. takes, and knight or rook takes c6.
Yeah, either is good.
And resignation is impending here.
Because the rooks are coming to the 7th rank. Rook d7, then rook e7.
The time management for Jan, ultimately, that's what decided the game. David just couldn't figure out the complications with 2 seconds on the clock. Who can blame him? Here comes the other rook. Now he's going to start mopping up all of these pawns. Just takes and rook g7.
And there's a
resigns. Oh, and Jan survives, pulls through. It wasn't in the smoothest fashion. There were some sloppy moments, but ultimately keeps his foot on the gas pedal. This is what makes him such a hard player to face. His time management and his ability to generate problems on the fly for the opponent. He advances, not without a titanic fight.
No, that was an absolute pleasure to cover. And honestly, the fact that Jan is not a perfectionist tends to work in his favor. He's not trying at every moment to spend 20 seconds, because then he'll be in David Paravian's shoes and have no time remaining once he does survive the initial onslaught. So that is a win for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He joins Anish Giri in the semifinals. We will leave for a moment. We'll rejoin you in just a few for more from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Welcome back, everybody, to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are only halfway done with the quarterfinal matchups. This is Knockout Sunday. It's not Super Bowl Sunday. People, that's not really that important. It is the Rapid Chess Championship, the Knockout Sunday, and we have two semifinalists in Anish Giri and Yana Pomshi. They made their way through in a 3+2 tiebreak game. But Danya, we have another excellent matchup in store for everyone. Amin Tabatabai takes on Jose Martinez.
Two incredibly experienced players, both over the board and, of course, online. Everybody knows Jospin. I mean, that's literally how we call him. We don't even call him by his name. And Amin, another player who has made a name for himself time and time again, a great World Cup performance, really put him on the radar. And he's been hovering in the high 2600s. So an incredibly strong young player, very dynamic styles. We're bound to see a very interesting game. It might be a Sicilian or something of that nature.
It's one of these matchups, Danya, where if you look at the FIDE Classical ratings, you see two very strong grandmasters above 2,600 having some great tournament results. But you're like, wait, that's not Anish Giri. That's not Fabiano Caruana. But that's not how people think of them. As you mentioned, Jospin is known as Jospin. Like he is Jose Martinez, but he is known by his online alias. He is such a serious competitor, and he was a great wild card invitee to this event. So Amin Tabatabai, he made his presence felt at the World Cup. He'll be in the FIDE Grand Prix, but right now he's taken on a great player with the black pieces. We are seeing a Spanish game, Danya, and a Berlin.
Okay, an anti-Berlin. I would have left the commentary booth if White had castled. I'm not the biggest fan of the Berlin either, but at least the queens are still on the board. And one thing that makes Amin so dangerous in blitz, he's incredibly versatile. I've played him hundreds of times. He has such a universal style. He can play quiet, he can play sharp, and that versatility is so important for modern day blitz success. And you have an early trade on E4, Robert. I don't know too much about this line. Oh yeah, this is a move I think that was introduced by Hikaru in the last couple of years, and it's performed very successfully, but pretty crazy. A5. You think it almost looks like a mouse slip.
It does, and it loses a pawn because bishop takes knight on c6, removes the guard of the pawn e5. But what does black benefit from after b takes e6? The bishop slides to a6, hits the rook on f1. That means the f2 pawn will be in trouble. So these lines are well known. They're very sharp, but they tend not to be very pleasant for white, especially in quicker time controls.
And a3, White loading up the b4 pawn break and preparing to advance on the queen side. Now, usually, the queen coming to c2, that's a very nice square. It's not the most active square, but it is safe because the pawn on c3, once again, we have to point out, knight on c6, pawn on c3, which is completely restricting it. And the position is obviously a lot closer to total equality than to anything else. But I think White is contending for a tiny little something. There we go with b4. The knight from d2, Robert, often swings to c4, and then sometimes back toward e3, and then again toward f5 or d5. So very complicated maneuvering game. And look at him, not taking on b4, not allowing White to recapture, and probably he would have maybe even done that with a c-pawn.
Yeah, that gives White too many options. And if we see a trade a before, the bishop on a7 blocks the rook's open file. So White would likely be able to take over control there. So I like the decision just to retreat the bishop. Now White has a big choice. You kind of want to play like rook e1 and things like that. But then there might be a knight g4 move because the f2 pawn is under attack, and it can be awkward to defend that pawn with your rook once more. So you need to be careful. And from Black's perspective, Danya, knight h5 to f4 is something that you always consider. And the bishop dropped back to e2. That doesn't stop the knight from coming to h5, but it does allow the white knight to go to c4, which covers the f4 square, puts pressure on e5. White can play b4 to b5 to kick the knight from c6. So Black needs to be careful because his entire position can be undermined with a single turn.
Indeed. Bishop g4, of course, inducing h3. And another thing you have to put on your radar after h3 is this knight h5, knight g3 maneuver. Do not sleep on the bishop on a7. I actually really don't like playing in situations where my opponent has a bishop like this, which is why I would be inclined to put this bishop on e3 ASAP. But that's not so hard to that's not so easy to orchestrate. If you go knight c4, well, this is associated with a certain degree of awkwardness. Black can go queen e6, and now the bishop on e2 is a little bit overloaded. It has to defend both knights at the same time. And guess what? Jospin playing knight c4. I really like the move queen e6 here for Black. That threatens bishop takes f3.
Yeah, and it's a surprising threat, in fact, because bishop takes f3 looks like a move you don't want to play. Because if you do it right now, let's say before queen to e6, white just takes back with the bishop, and it's like,
thank you for the bishop pair.
The bishop on f3 isn't great, but it does provide white some long-term chances. So yes, queen e6 is such a nice idea for black. It's just trying to say that your bishop is overloaded on e2, and then you can say, can my knight just go to e3 instead? But then once the knight goes to e3, you have this problem piece on e2 still. The bishop isn't thrilled to be there, and after bishop e3, bishop e3, a takes b4, the whole a file opens up, and black is first to the punch with rook a2.
And that's the thing. This is what creates complexity in the position. You look at pawns on a5 and a3, whatever, right? Not important. Well, it is important because either side could release that tension to their favor. White could play knight takes a5 at some point, and after queen e6, I wouldn't rule out knight takes a5, as ugly as the pawn structure is afterward. And so, Amin, he takes on b4 first. I think that's a very smart decision if followed up by queen e6. That is a critical move that he has to make. And if he makes it, I definitely think black is for choice.
Yeah, it's just such a surprising move because you limit the scope of your own bishop on g4 to retreat, and you're saying, I'm actually eyeing the a2 square. That's the critical square in these variations. Right. The e4 pawn is not well defended, so you may think you could always meet a rook a2 with a rook b2, and that is accurate, but you will drop the e4 pawn in the line we were just discussing.
Right, let me make these moves again. Yeah, you go rook b2, no problem, but wait a minute. As you said, you've dropped the e4 pawn. That is not a pawn you want to drop in this position. That is the anchor pawn.
That's right. And then all of the black's other pieces, f5, f4, you just start going for a free attack. So this rook a2 idea is not one that white's going to have a good time meeting. And queen e6 played.
What a move. And Jospin immediately going back to the issue. But now your idea, Robert, I think it's time for knight h5, knight f4. And guess what? That queen on e6 can find a parking spot on g6 and where it will terrorize the white king. After knight h5, I would go so far as to say that white's in a bit of trouble here.
I agree completely. And the queen on e7, it's going to make a knight's journey to g6. And that is really instructive because the queen on e7, it was perfectly fine there, situated on a comfortable square. But queen on g6 is going for an attack, especially in combination with knight to f4. So what does white even do here?
Well,
because
white cannot allow knight b2, got to move the knight out of the way.
Yeah, because if you play like h3, you were gonna trade on f3, I'm just gonna take back. No, black's gonna take on h3, play knight f4, queen takes h3, and go checkmate you.
Look at this, knight g3, knight f4. There's like 800 mate threats, and Jose finally taking a pretty significant thing. The thing is, after knight b3, black can still play knight f4, and here there is no immediate attack, but now black has a positional advantage on top of everything else. Yes, these pawns are doubled, but now black has easier access to the e4 pawn. You could play rook e8 and start pressuring that pawn. The two bishops, and this bishop on a7 now has no vis-a-vis, and it's going to terrorize white's king along that long diagonal as well.
And in this variation, and let's say white plays knight c5 at the end of that, right? Just to showcase the point of the domination, that you take on c5, after pawn takes e5, you take on f3. After the bishop takes on f3, you play knight e5. And white's bishop is terrible. White's knight is a menace. And you're just going to throw your pawns and you're going to go for an attack. And there's very little that white can do with rook a2 coming, an attack on the king side, those pawns storming. It's just a terrible situation.
This needs to be filed in the dictionary under the heading good knight versus bad bishop. This is a classic. And whoa, g3. Now that is a move I would be really scared to play because there is this typical idea here. First, you put the bishop on h3 and then knight f4 is possible. I'm sure Jose sees this, but just to illustrate, you cannot take the knight because, of course, you're going to get checkmated. So danger is brewing, but Amin taking a slightly different approach, goes queen f6, instead choosing to exert pressure on this knight. And Robert, he prevents white's knight from moving. In fact, rook takes d2 is actually a threat here.
And how do you actually stop that? Because the knight needs to stay on d2 to protect f3. Rook takes d2 a threat because the bishop is hanging. You can't play rook e1 because then you lose sight of the f2 pawn.
Right.
So rook takes d2 works anyway. So king g2 by process of elimination.
I'd be terrified of playing this move because it looks like it walks into various tactics related to knight f4. Now the engine seems to say that black has nothing better than to return to e6 and then to go for that other line, but you have to have some guts to play the move king g2. Let me tell you.
Yeah, and well, I mean, it allows knight f4 check at some point. The bishop to h3 would check, all sorts of things. He plays b5, so he's playing on the other side of the board. Rook takes d2. The idea we're talking about, it doesn't work so well because your knight c6 is hanging at the end of the variation. So we can't tunnel on just our own ideas.
Right, you have to move the knight, but here's the plus thing. the plus side of this for black is that this knight can repurpose through G6 to F4. Now, if you're linking G2, you walk into another tactic. Now knight F4 becomes a reality. This is, Jasmine's position the wheels have come off completely here.
Yeah, it's a common motif, right? The knight on c6 was dominated by a pawn 3 squares away, and the g3 pawn looks like it dominates a knight coming to g6, but with your knight already on h5, you're just crashing through. There's no stopping your knights from sacrificing on f4. The f3 knight is loose. The rook on the d file is good. The rook on the a file is happy to be there. The bishop on a7 slicing through the position.
Is perfectly placed. And look how quickly this all happened. It's been 10 moves since black played the a5 move.
Yeah.
And it's like an apocalyptic landscape among white's pieces.
Seriously. I mean, it really feels like white didn't really do anything that bad. And yet after queen e6, it was the start of things to come. And knight g6, knight f4. Oh my goodness. This is not fun for white to deal with.
He has to move the knight away from d2 right now. I mean, if you allow knight f4 in this version, you might as well resign. Every piece falls apart. Now, the thing is, you can play knight c4, or you can play knight b3. Knight b3 stations the knight on a better defended square. After knight c4, the queen can move back to e6. Remember me? The queen says to the knight on c4, remember the threat of bishop takes f3? Well, it's a threat again. And now you also have to deal with the threat of bishop h3 check, pinning the rook. White has so much to keep track of here.
Just show that beautiful checkmate. So queen, like knight c4, queen e6.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, just make any move so bishop f3 works. Like rook b2, yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Look at that mate. Not the only way to win, but the most effective and the fastest. This is among, one of 1,000 threats that white has to keep track of here. Yeah. And so for that reason, I would go knight b3 so that at least you can meet queen e6. I don't know. Maybe you can drop the knight back to g1.
If that's your best move in the position, you're not in good shape. But the thing about these positions, if white can survive the initial attack, right? It's not like white's foundation is that bad. So for example, if after queen e6, knight g1, we trade bishops, all of a sudden the king feels a little bit safer. It's not like a pawn is going to be easy for black to go and win. So I do think that there are going to be some chances for black. You need to open up more avenues of attack.
Yeah, and I agree. I've seen a lot of these kinds of games where it looks like it's over, that's it, all these ideas. And like you said, one pair of pieces is traded, one of the players starts recovering. And yeah, very importantly, white doesn't have all that many weaknesses per se. It's just that the king is in dire straits and black's pieces are perfectly placed. But if white can somehow survive the initial onslaught, he's going to have, certain reasonable chances to make a successful recovery.
That's right. So queen e6 is the most tempting move. The knight will go back to g1, protecting the bishop on e2, covering the h3 square. From there, I'm trying to figure out what to do next. Maybe it's time in that position to bring the knight, trade on e2, bring the knight back to f6 and just start poking and prodding at squares like e4. Maybe look at the b5 pawn at some point as something to target, but I'm not seeing the direct path forward. I think it's very frustrating for players.
Extremely frustrating. And whoa. After knight g1, black has a big problem because if you trade on e2, where's the knight on h5 going? It's trapped.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Knight g1 turns the tables.
And if you play queen e6, there's
then
f3.
You get f3, trapping the bishop. Oh my lands. Knight g1 and white might be winning there. That knight on h5, Amin has completely forgotten he had to move the queen, if only to give the knight the f6 square as an escape. And this is unbelievable.
And the sad part for him is knight g1 is a move you want to play, like in many of these positions. He
has to see it. I mean, it is begging to be played.
It just alleviates so much of the pressure. And I get rook d6. He wants to double his rooks. But oh my goodness.
Forgets all about this knight g1 idea, dropping the knight back. And here's the thing, Robert. Knight f4 is no longer a problem. The bishop is staring down that square, and he plays it.
Oh, God.
We'll see Amin's reaction, but he's going to be devastated. Black might be losing this game.
So I think even though knight f4 is covered, because you're going to lose a piece in the variations we've talked about,
you have to do it.
I think you have to play knight h5.
You have to do it, but you're objectively now black is losing. The knight can come back to f3. Obviously, there's no immediate attack. Black has to pick up the pieces of his position, take on c3, hope for the best. Oh, my lands.
Okay, Donna, you've played a ton of blitz and bullet. Look at the time that white has remained. There is 2-second increment, so that gives, of course, more time available than is initially on the clock. But that position that we're talking about, 2 pawns for the piece, the white king's still a bit open.
Oh, it's not over.
There are chances there, right?
There are absolutely chances. And for Amin, he has to put this behind him. He has to find a way take a deep breath and say, okay, now I'm in recovery mode. And the one thing that I've often seen players do when they blunder like this is try to set a cheap trap, and completely lose their objectivity. You don't want to do that. You want to keep yourself in the game as long as you can. And it all starts with playing knight f4. Don't do anything irrational here, except that you've blundered a piece. Give it away in the best possible way. This is crucial.
And the bishop on a7 will remain a monster. The b5 pawn sort of sticks out. The king not fully safe. So it does give, if you just look by piece, it does give black some chances to really drum up some counterplay here. Of course, white is better. We see the evaluation bar. We also can understand from a practical point of view that once you win a piece and the G file is open, so your king slides back to H1, you put a rook on G1, there's going to be all this potential in white's position. But the point is the game is not over. So instead of, as you said, going for some cheap trick, hoping that, oh, my opponent might miss this. No, you actually just take 2 pawns, and that means that you're only down 1 point of material, and that should give you chances in a combative position.
But this is why chess is such a beautiful game. If you compare the piece placement, oh my God, and wait a second, he's got knight h4 check.
Oh,
I didn't see that move, but now I realize that after GH, queen takes h4, black has an incredibly strong attack against white's king. Apparently, white has to go king h1 here.
So if you go back to that position,
and then knight f3.
If take on h4,
right?
What was the deal there? Queen h4, bishop g4, queen. Oh, the rook's coming to g6.
Yeah, the rook's just.
Oh, it's a mate on g1. It's mate on
beautiful.
G1.
Look at that bishop on a7. It springs to life, and rook takes g1 as checkmate. So white cannot take this knight. White has to drop the king back to h1, but then black's knight delves into f3, and it's black's pieces are still totally paralyzed, Robert, because the knight can't move because you're going to take the bishop. So a move like bishop e3 should ultimately still win a piece for white. But this is an excellent practical chance uncovered by Amin. King h1 is on the board, and we're going to see knight f3.
And then, so the fact that he had time to use, because if you don't have much time, you assume your opponent's bluffing and you take on h4. But that bishop on a7, f3 allowed the queen to protect the g2 score in that variation, but the bishop would have been uncovered on the diagonal, it would have opened up, and then the g1 mate, we saw Nishikiri do that. So that tactical idea is present in this game as well. Yeah.
Also, rook a1. Look at how paralyzed black is. Now the rook can't move from rook a1 and bishop e3, and black is going to lose all of his pieces here. I mean, but it is a great chance for me. Now, the thing is, if knight takes g1, again, white takes on g4, and now both of the knights are hanging, and the king on h1 is now perfectly safe. So Josman has to hunker down and realize that as scary as this construction looks, it's a paper tiger. It doesn't actually threaten anything, and he can go either bishop e3 or rook a1, and black's minor pieces are all stuck in molasses.
Yeah, rook a1 is such a nice idea because it's saying that you don't actually have a follow-up, and now there's a pin. He plays rook a1.
Wow.
I mean, Jose.
This is impressive.
Just the way he played, he knew he was worse. He knew he had to dig deep, and now all of a sudden it's black's pieces that are stuck here. And what move did you bring your rook back to d8 just to make sure that your bishop's defended?
Yeah, but simply bishop e3, and after the trade, the problem for black is that the rook on f1 opens up. It's done nothing all game, but the moment it opens up, it picks up the knight.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate here.
Time situation could be used by Amin, but I literally do not see a single move that he could play. I feel like bishop e3 is coming next automatically, and he can't even give his piece up to ruin white's king side. I mean, you could take on h2, I guess, but quite possibly you're going to lose the second knight as well, or you're going to lose the bishop along this diagonal.
Right.
Because bishop e3 is not just a trade, Robert. If you don't defend the rook on a8, you won't even be able to trade on e3 because white's going to take on a8 with check. So maybe king h7 should be considered. I don't know.
Just like a random waiting move type of idea. Just to,
no, just bishop e3. I want to take on e3.
Okay, then in a rook a8, you're going to say
maybe like knight takes h2, throw the kitchen sink at white and hope that he blunders in time pressure.
I like the idea for sure. And if what if pawn takes on e3 instead of rook takes a8 there?
Yeah, but now rook takes a1, and after the knight release, the knight releases control of the d2 square.
That's huge.
Don't shovel dirt on him yet. Knight e1 though. Queen takes f2, but what if the rook just comes back to f1? You want to sack another piece on g3?
He's sacking everything. Yeah, he's sacking everything.
Last hope, but then just bishop takes g4. I'm not buying what he's Tabata selling. Okay, that wasn't good. See, I even practiced this during the break, but I can't even deliver it smoothly. Rook f1 here, I think, is a critical move.
Yes, because rook f1, knight g3, pawn to queen g3, it looks scary. You know, the queen might come to h4, but after the bishop takes on g4, the queen on c2, perfectly placed, swinging over the king side, defending the king, and there's still a pin down the a file. So this is not going to pan out, of course. And look at Jose. Look at him, the way he's thinking about this game right now. He is so laser focused.
Absolutely. Every fiber of his being is going into finding a way to consolidate. He goes rook f1, knight takes g3, has to be played immediately. And now you can trade on g4 and bring this queen from c2 over to g2 or to h2. And, you know, white just puts his boxing gloves up and says, come at me. Give me the worst you've got. Black doesn't have any pieces left other than that rook on d6, which, of course, is coming to g6. 40 seconds, though. I've seen crazier things happen.
Certainly. And I think bishop e3, just to try and make use of the pin on the a file, it also develops your bishop, connects your rooks. The queen still covers the second rank. What black needs to do is throw the h6 pawn off the board so that the rook could eventually go there, but you can't do that. So unfortunately for Amin, it just feels like he's not going to have the chances he needs to even get a real attack.
But if you go knight h3 here, you lose the game after rook g6 because the rook swings to g3. Now you take another pawn.
Okay.
But Jospin just says, okay, I'm going to go knight f3. And finally, he's consolidated. His king is now officially more or less out of danger. Now he just has to bring his pieces into the game. It's crazy to talk about this because he's 2 pieces up, but he has some work left to do with that king on h1 being as weak as it is.
He does, but it's so unfortunate for black if you're trying to make a comeback here.
This pin is the
eternal
worst.
pin. It's eternal. There's nothing.
Well, you got to go rook dd8 probably, but then that means you've abandoned any hopes of lifting the rook up. That's basically resignation. Yeah, this is the best he can do.
Okay, so queen can go into d3, attacking the rook on f1, attacking the c3 pawn. And then maybe e4 is an idea that white needs to look out for. 16 seconds.
Wait a second.
Okay, b6. Just pawn takes.
He buries the bishop, but black's bishop was buried anyway. This is not a problem for Amin.
So
wait a minute.
He's got no time. 12 seconds.
B5 here. Okay, but that's a really good move.
Yes.
That's an amazing move.
Everything's connecting now. Trades are offered. Queen d5 check. Queen g2 continues to offer queen trade.
That basically is the game-winning move. I mean, probably queen g6 he's going to play, but after the trade of rooks, that eternal pin, I mean, the game is over. Maybe you trade queens and bank on your 4 passed pawns. Unfortunately, 2 pieces up is just a little bit too much.
Although I like what you're saying, queen h3, knight rook c6, and then play b5, rook a6. Just try to fix your pawns as well. He goes queen d8, similar idea, but rook takes f6, queen f6, and
knight f3, knight e4, really anything. And then eventually he's going to go bishop e3.
Yes. And you can't move, right? The rook moves, you lose the bishop. The bishop moves, you lose the rook.
Oh, look at this line. B5, bishop E3, B6. And there's knight F6 check, winning that rook on A8. And the bishop on A7 after that.
Oh, you're a bully.
This is resignable. Man. Oh, I know. Trust me. I don't need to be told twice. F5, you can just take on F5. Okay, I mean, one final attempt.
Pushing those
Queen takes C3.
The rook and the knight are hanging.
Oh, my God. Queen takes C3 might win back one of the pieces. Does Amin see it? Does he see the move queen takes c3 with a fork?
He's playing a fork. Oh, goodness.
Oh, don't shovel dirt on him yet. Like I said, 8 seconds for Jospin.
He's not moving
completely. Oh, my goodness.
Queen e6 check. Okay. King
h8. There's the move bishop f4 with the idea of queen takes a1, bishop e5, and then h6. But will he see that? No, he won't. Queen takes c1.
Bishop. Oh, queen my goodness.
Bishop. Oh, my lands. Oh, no, he took the wrong piece.
No, rook g2.
He took the wrong piece.
Rook g2 the attack.
Robert, he left this bishop alive. Now this bishop is going to win the game for white.
It's going to go to b2.
Oh, my God. If he took the bishop onto it, black wasn't even worse there.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my gosh. Now bishop takes h6 pre-move, and it's over. The king is destroyed.
Yeah.
He did everything but the layup.
Oh, what is this, Steph Curry against the Knicks?
He hit the full court shot and missed the dunk.
Oh, my gosh. And this is over now because bishop takes h6, followed by rook takes h6.
Goodness, rook takes h6 is made after
bishop
b2 check, but this is also perfectly good enough. No, but this is unbelievable.
It's done. Rook takes h6 pre-move. Yeah, you give up your queen, but
okay, queen plus knight is unreal that he missed queen takes c1. He just played a little too fast. I know it's easy to say, but he needed to take 5 more seconds there, Robert. Just 5 more, and he would have seen it.
And now this game is
coordinating his pieces, and he's avoiding giving up his bishop. But no, he's going to lose his bishop. That's it. The bishop has nowhere to go to avoid a fork. Now,
rook a8.
Oh, what a move.
Yeah, it's a great move. Bishop
E3.
E5. Bishop E5.
Oh, Bishop E5, get it to G7.
Yes, he could have done that. A missed opportunity there as well.
I mean, missing a lot of chances here after a monumental resistance.
Right. And now he's down on the clock as well.
Yeah, no, now it's over. Now Jospin has taken the most dangerous pawn. Now he continues. Oh, goodbye.
Oh, you lose
Goodbye.
the bishop. Yeah, once the bishop's gone, that's easy.
Game, set, match. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Take the bishop. I'm going to show that moment after this game concludes really quickly.
For sure.
But what an unbelievable sequence there. That's it. King F5. And all you can hope for is that Jospin's internet goes down.
King F6.
Which it won't. It's a resignation. It's a win. What an insane sequence. This was the position, Robert. Jospin panicking completely with rook a2. Take the bishop, I mean. And look at these knights. They're impotent. They're not able to do anything to black's king. And after knight takes c4, b5, it might actually be black who's playing for a win now with this bishop coming to life. But instead, I mean, he grabs the wrong piece. And keeps the bishop alive.
We can sort of understand why he took the wrong piece, because his counterplay was in the form of attacking white's king. But unfortunately, the king is actually quite safe now for white, and it's black's king that was in danger. So what a game that was. It started off so well for me, and it couldn't have been better. And unfortunately, he ran into his knight g1. Backwards knight moves are often the hardest to spot. Jose spotted, he wins, he moves on. He is the third of the 4 semifinalists. We will return shortly because we have one more quarterfinal matchup. That will be Fabiano Caruana trying to make his way through, but he has Kirill Alexyenko to face. So we'll be right back for more from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. The Bullet Chess Championship is back with some exciting new twists. Now a double elimination tournament. The event features 16 players racing for the crown and their share of the $100,000 prize fund. 4 participants will qualify and join the stacked field featuring Hikaru Nakamura, Andrew Tang, and my good friend and co-commentator Daniel Naroditsky, amongst others. Catch the Bullet Chess Championship starting February 21st right here on chess.com. And Daniel, before we dive into this next, I got to ask you, who in this field of the 8 players we've seen today is the most dangerous bullet player?
Well, Andrew has been my kryptonite for a very long time. I do pretty well against him in casual bullet, but whenever there's anything on the line, he's been knocking me out of the park. So obviously, Andrew, Hikaru, I mean, this is going to be such a fun event. I can't wait for it.
But what about the 8 players in today's Rapid Chess Championship?
Oh, today's? Oh,
yeah.
I thought you were asking me about the bullet.
Well, I am. So which of the 8 players today is the most challenging bullet opponent for you?
Okay. I said that was such a sophisticated question. You were connecting this and the other thing.
Yes, there's a thread that you snipped.
Paravian and Jaspem come to mind. I mean, those are probably the only 2 I've played bullet with regularly.
Okay.
So they they're quite underrated. But Fabiano, I've never played bullet with him, Robert. He's not too bad, but the longer time control, the better for Fabi.
That's right. Well, we do have liftoff in this game. Fabiano has a long time trouble right in front of him. He's got the 10-minute plus 2-second increment. He has the white pieces against Kirill Lestenko.
Fabi?
Yeah, tell me more. Tell me more about Fabi.
Well, this reminds me of a tournament in Lone Pine, 1964. Exactly, Jen. In Lone, Jeremy Silliman, who was then 22 years old,
was of a Nimzo Indian. I don't know if the impression comes through, because I was told that it doesn't actually register on my mic when I do a different range of voices. So I'll wait for the chat response.
Oh, well, I know what you're doing. I know exactly who you are doing an impression of, and it's a good one. So I always enjoy it. But what I don't always enjoy is having the isolated pawn, because this pawn on D4, you can take on C3 here for black, and then there's no longer an isolated pawn, but you have a backwards pawn, right? So bishop takes C3 right now, B takes C3, and then queen C7 as a move. I mean, how does white deal with the pressure? I think you have to bring your knight back to D2, or knight to E5 is often played, but the trade will help black, and this problem is on the C3 square.
Exactly. And first of all, I'll point out that if you drop your bishop back, that's out of the question, because white breaks through with D5. This is the last thing you want to allow in an IQP situation. Now, Kirill is taking a very long thing here. Honestly, I don't know what about, because allowing D5 to me seems unquestionably really bad. But like you said, Robert, you can think of the C3 pawn as essentially the isolated pawn, and that's the pawn you want to attack, the base of the pawn chain, queen C7. This, of course, is known as the hanging pawn structure. And I've always struggled from the white perspective with these kinds of structures. But Fabi, he's got over 10 minutes. He's definitely still in his prep.
For sure. And Alexenko, he may have spent some time, but you have to think he has seen this position before, thought about it, and he does play the best move, queen C7. So knight E5, I think that would be a mistake, because after knight E5, black plays knight B to D7, and you're already offering a trade of these knights. The bishop on C4 is loose, and I think that if you start trading a little bit too much, then it's black who can start taking control of the board.
Yeah, I mean, my mama taught me that when you have an IQP or a hanging pawn structure, every trade favors the side with a superior pawn structure, because you have less resources to allocate to the defense of those pawns. And if you just have one minor piece, then you got to choose between attacking black's king and defending your pawns. As it stands, you can sort of partition the labor. You could say, okay, bishop on C1, you defend the pawns on C3 and D4, while the other bishop and the knight aims at black's king. In fact, I would play bishop B2 here, not just to defend the pawn, Robert, but so that if you play C4, white's bishop is going to have prospects down the long diagonal.
Well, big question for you, because black went knight to D7 and could have played queen takes C3. And I think a lot of people would say, isn't that a free pawn? Didn't you play queen 7 to take it? But had black taken on C3, I think white plays bishop G5 to go after this knight on F6. You have to play knight to D7. And then white gets moves like rook C1, rook E1. And you just put all your pieces for the attack. And there's no way Fabiano Caruana is sacrificing a pawn relatively quickly this early in the opening if he hasn't the sense that it's going to be a really big attack for white.
And I think Alexenko doing pretty well to not take, 2-3 minutes to consider it. He trusts him as one should. Now, Fabi has parked his bishop not on B2, but on D2. And I'll be honest, that surprised me a little bit. Something a little bit awkward about that bishop on D2. Just doesn't have as many exciting prospects as I think it did on B2. And honestly, just optically, I think Kirill has basically solved his opening problems. He's completed his development. He's gotten his bishop onto the ideal square. And now he can continue making improvements by playing rook D8 and rook C8.
Well, there are a couple of things I think we should note that Black's pieces do look like they're in pretty ideal squares. You put your rook on C8, rook on D8, then what, right? Black has it pressured on C file. That C3 pawn is defended by the lone bishop, and you have to watch out for your king side. It's a pair of bishops. They really cut across the board in this position, and I think the bishop went to D2, Danya, just to make sure none of Black's pieces end up on F4, because a queen jumping into F4 puts pressure on the knight in F3.
Great
knight
point.
D5, knight F4 could be annoying. So I think what Fabian is about to do is play queen E2, figure out what to do with the rook on A1. He could play A4, A5, try to make use of the rook on its initial square. But the point is, he's going to orient his pieces towards the black king. And where does Black go from here? I actually don't see an easy plan, even though I like the foundation of his position.
Yeah, I think these are great points. And at first, I slightly overestimated Black's position. Now that I look at it, and now that you explained it, I agree. It's not easy to find a plan. Now, one idea that I have seen before, let's say White plays Queen E2, which I think Fabi will. I've seen people go knight D7 to F8 to G6, but the downside of this is that you do give up the E5 square. There's bishop G5 as a potentially annoying idea. So I think these positions, what they often boil down to is who is more comfortable with this structure, who knows more typical ideas. And that is particularly accentuated in the context of a blitz game or a rapid game, because you just don't have that much time to reinvent the wheel, essentially. You have to go with what you're familiar with.
I think these are often the most frustrating positions for me from the black side, because I get positions like this and I know I should be fine. We have the eval bar even here. And then as you said, knight F8, knight G6, that looks totally reasonable, but maybe White's going to play A4 right now and then think about A5 and try to create a problem for Black, because if I can take on B6, you can take back with the pawn, sure. And not only do I have the open A file, but now I have a potential pawn to attack. So right now there's a connected little chain over there. The A7 pawn is hard to get to, but B6 is much easier to put pressure on. And as you point out, knight E5 at any moment needs to be considered. The bishop on D3 still staring at the pawn H7. I'm not saying that White has an easy task of making progress here. It just feels like there's more concrete issues in Black's position. Wow, that's a big
C4,
move.
very committal. And of course, Kirill did indeed cross his T's and dot his I's. He got his rooks to good squares. And the move C4, very double-sided, because immediately what my eyes are drawn to, this pawn on D4 is weak, and the move knight F8 immediately comes to mind, simply in order to threaten bishop takes F3 and rook takes D4. Maybe not a threat immediately. Maybe White can even give that pawn away and then go bishop C3 at the end of the line. What do you think of this, Robert? It's not a decision that came without a high degree of thinking, but very risky, and knight F8 by Kirill.
I don't like the decision at all for Fabiano, because
I don't either. I didn't see the need to do that so quickly. I thought A4 was an excellent move.
And if he was going to play C4, your bishop on B2 makes way more sense, right? He
exactly
put his bishop on D2. And now, if after knight F8, you said bishop F3, rook D4 is an idea. If White plays bishop to C3, Black can even play knight to D5, just executing on the fact that there's a pin along the C file, because if you take that knight on D5, queen C3, pawn takes E6, there's a knight that's very happy to be on the F8 square that will take on E6, put pressure on D4, go to F4. I mean, this is terrible.
And the other thing, to your earlier point, is if the bishop leaves this diagonal, then you've allowed the knight from G6 to jump into F4, or the queen to come into F4. So I feel like Fabi is kind of mixing up these two ideas. It's either this or that. Make a decision, but he's almost choosing the worst of all worlds. And wait a minute, now there's this move knight G4. Can Black just try to go for checkmate here?
Yes. But big question, knight G4. What if White plays H3? I think
White has to.
I know I'm letting your queen go down to H2. That's really scary. He doesn't even go for it.
It's a moot point. He's got knight G6. He's going for the positional approach. I think Black is definitely in the driver's seat now. If White has to take on G6, Robert, if you have to give up your light squared bishop in a position like this, that is a big sign that things have gone quite a bit wrong, because now your C4 pawn is feeling mighty uncomfortable, especially if Black can orchestrate the trade of knights.
I think once the knights come off the board, though, the chance of a draw skyrocket, because we've opposite colored bishops. No real attack for either side. Black should be slightly better because the pawns are safer, right? We talked about the A7, B6 pawns, the F7 pawn. That's the base of a chain, and pawn chains are only as strong as the base pawn. Here, White doesn't even have a pawn chain on c4 and d4. Those are hanging pawns, and the pawn a3 is isolated. So White does need to be a bit careful, but ultimately I think White can play c5 after a take back on d7, and the game should be equal.
No, c5 is actually a critical resource, because without it, if you lose the pawn on c4, you can almost resign.
Yeah.
So Fabi not wasting any time, making sure that this pawn is now completely anchored by White's bishop. And as you said, of course, Black can play queen c6. Black has, excellent pieces, really no risk of losing at all. But Fabi should be able to hold this position with careful play.
Yeah, it just doesn't really seem clear where Black is going to press forward from. And that knight g4 idea that Alexenko had, he is showing restraint. And maybe he should have played knight g4. Maybe objectively that move is better. We were both looking for an attack and checkmate. But against Fabiano, I think he trusts Fabiano, maybe a little too much, in fact. But he's trusting Fabiano's calculation. And he's saying, I'm going to play quickly. That way I'm not down too much on the clock. And look at this position. I mean, if you said before the game, Kirill, after 20 moves, you would have this position with Black. He was like, absolutely, I'm not worse. In fact, maybe I'm even a little bit better.
Absolutely. And he is a very solid player, sort of Russian school of chess. He doesn't mind a draw with Black in general. And he doesn't mind a transition to a 3+2. Although Fabi did, of course, show in the last SEC that he has improved significantly, both in blitz and in bullet. So don't count Fabi out if this goes to a blitz game by any means. But Kirill will have the white pieces.
There has long been this ridiculous notion that, Fabiano, when it comes to blitz, can't handle it. Didn't he win the Pro Chess League group that he was in? Like, he was the top scorer of the arena ahead of Wesley.
Completely unfounded. It was unfounded from the beginning.
Yeah.
But in addition, I think Fabi showed in the SEC that, he made significant strides, particularly in bullet. But this idea was never well grounded to start with.
Right. But, there's a potential issue brewing here in White's position, because if you ever take on b6, I'm worried about allowing a rook to c2, and there could be a timely sack on g2 with that bishop on b7 over there. So you need to be careful. That's why he plays queen b2. And if there's a trade on c5, the pawn is well defended over there, and it's a pass pawn.
But again, what do I like to point out in such positions? There's only one open file. Who controls it? It's Black. Main Street is controlled by the Alexenko Corporation. He controls all the businesses on that file, and White can never get a rook to d1. I mean, that square is controlled 3 times. So is it a problem in and of itself? No. Why not? Because White controls the d2 square. This is the main infiltration point, but it's not comfortable. And Fabi, Kirill deciding instead to centralize his bishop. Fabi, nice move, queen b4, forcing Black's queen back. And maybe a4 should be thrown in. Maybe you just make a neutral move like bishop f2. White is uncomfortable here, but nothing terrible has happened yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, your point is well taken, because if bc5 ever happens, then you want to take over the d file, but you just put your bishop on a very safe square. It's kind of like an outpost, but it blocks your rooks. And at bc5, maybe the rooks can swing to b7 and b8. There's some potential over there as well. So Fabiano, he can take on b6, which opens the c file. He can put a rook on b1, which just tries to put more pressure on the b6 pawn. He can play a4, as you mentioned. All these are options, and it's not easy to determine which of those is best.
It really isn't. A lot of decisions to be made. Fabi deciding to drop his queen back from b4, kind of preempting the idea of Black taking and going rook b7. Now that move will no longer occur with tempo, so White will have time to contest the b file. And f6, pretty committal decision. You know what I think Kirill is preparing? I think he wants to go g5 and potentially g4 to rip open the long diagonal. G4, of course, will not come quickly. And as for the e6 pawn, he's not worried about it because it's eternally defended by this bishop. This construction is as solid as an underground bunker.
Are those really that solid? I feel like, we hear about them and whatever. Anyway,
all those underground bunker collapses.
No, I think you have a good point, but it's true. Look at the king on f7. What are you doing? This isn't the end game. You're bringing your king out into the open. What do you mean the open? There's nothing to attack with. The king actually protects the g6 pawn, and rook over the h file, if you can coordinate well, could be an idea in addition to the idea of g5, as you pointed out. So I don't really see how either side makes progress. They're both playing very solid moves, and
I don't know about rook c6. I didn't see the point. I mean, I felt like keeping the rook on c8 was a little bit more flexible in case the rook's services would be needed on the other side of the board. But h3, essentially permanently stopping g4. I think a draw for might be impending here by somebody.
But that's something that I don't like about g5 is, like, let's say you trade on c5. At some point, White could consider the move h4 and then really go after the king on f7. So black is keeping the tension on the queen side, not just because you're not forced to trade, but actually opening up the rook on the 4th rank could spell some trouble for the king on f7. So I see this position. I understand that black is doing really well here, just like it's totally fine position, but there's something about the way the last moves have gone. White has brought the rook up to b4. It seems like white is advancing in position.
I agree.
And black, it just feels a little stuck.
I agree, and I would go queen a5 here and try to x-ray white's pieces. And I would start thinking, if I'm Kirill, just about bailing out into a draw or offering a draw, because he's also got 3 minutes on the clock. And we know how good Fabi is in these very high tension positions. He just doesn't give any games away, and he pounces on his opportunities.
Right. And there's something very big to consider is if black ever takes on c5 and plays e5, sometimes that's a good idea, but not when your king is the one that's more exposed. So he does in fact take
and maybe he'll
c5.
drop his bishop back.
Oh,
he does
e5.
play e5. Rook d1 though.
h4 as well.
Oh yeah, your move. You called it. I think h4 is a great move here.
I mean, white's king looks perfectly safe to me. Black's king isn't immediately going to be attacked, but after h4, gh, rook h4, you have to think, can that queen go to like the c2 and then into the position?
We need to talk about who the real prophet is here, particularly if Fabi plays h4, as he absolutely should. h4 here is an excellent move. And you know what the problem is? Sometimes it's not about the objective evaluation. The moment Fabi starts creating chances against black's king as he goes rook d1 instead, Kirill is going to start getting uncomfortable because he's just spent the entire game in a state of absolutely no risk.
Right.
But Fabi taking a different approach, going rook d1, and still white should be fine here. This pawn on c5 is just a monster.
Yeah. And I think e5 also made sense from the perspective that you would never want this bishop on f2 to be on d6, right? Anchored in, protecting the pawn and closing the black rook's file while the white rook on d1 would be happy. So e5 makes sure that bishop is limited in scope. But something about this position, as Fabiano has went into the think tank right now, it just feels like it's more dangerous for black. There is a king on f7, but Kirill has shown excellent technique thus far. He's keeping the position as closed as possible, and it's a battle of different color complexes.
And a5, Fabi removing that pawn from the queen's purview. Now he can move the rook from b4 if he wants. He can play rook back to b1, but he goes rook b2. But what about the move e4 here by Kirill? What if he tries to blast open this long diagonal? His queen and bishop are perfectly poised to put pressure on g2. Is Fabi playing perhaps a little bit too passively here?
But the rook on b2 does defend the g2 pawn in advance. So that idea with bishop g3 to d6, it's one of those e4 that is good and it's concretely good, and he just played it. But it's one of those things where it could backfire in the future if that bishop can jump into the d6 square.
That's right, bishop g3. But then there's rook d3. So black's idea is very concrete. Black is going for the initiative. If white just had this rook from b2 to d2 one more tempo, this wouldn't have been dangerous at all. As it stands, Fabi needs to be careful. Maybe defend the pawn of the queen. But then still, rook d3 is quite unpleasant. This is a little bit iffy. He does go bishop g3, so there might quite possibly going to go down that line. Rook d3, though, Robert, is not quite as scary as it looks. White can drop the queen back to e1, or white can give this check on c4.
Right. And that king, if it has to go up to a square like g6, yeah, your king may be safe for now. But for 2 minutes in the clock.
And here's another problem. Rook d5, you can't play bishop d6 because of rook takes d6 and the queen hangs. And if you move the queen away with check and say, oh, the king has to move and I'm going to take the rook. No, it doesn't. Black can block with that very same rook. Uh-oh.
Whoa, king g6.
Wow, prophylaxis. He just gets the king out of the checking zone of the queen, which makes very Russian move.
Yeah, and I think if you look at this position, let's say the rooks come off the board, even if black wins a pawn. So if Fabiano had played rook d2 rather than king h2, I think that a rook trade would be close to a handshake of like, I'm going to hold that easily. But Fabiano's playing for a win. I think it's because he's up on time.
And black's king is far from safe, even though it sits on g6 now, surrounded by pawns. And the bishop on e4 is kind of undefended. There's a sense in which black's position is just flimsy, right? Nothing's holding back the c5 pawn. And now Kirill dropping below 2 minutes. Both sides are playing for a win here. It's one of those situations.
Yes. And, if white's next move is rook e2, does black really want to put the pawn f5? On one hand, you're about to play f4, but then your king on the 6th rank is more exposed. So there are these big decisions that black and queen d5 play. Like if rook e2, is black going to play the move pawn to f5? It's a really big decision.
I would put this bishop on d6. I think now's the time. Get that out of the way so you don't have to worry about your bishop anymore. And you don't have to worry about your c5 pawn. I would
That's
play
true.
bishop d6, but yeah, after rook e2, that does pose a pretty big decision in front of Kirill. Does he weaken his king further in order to screw in that bishop on e4?
It's a big choice. And right now, Fabiano going down under 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Kirill at 1:45. So still a lead on the clock for Fabiano, but he is in the worst side of this position. The king on g6. Look at those pawns. That's a shield surrounding that king. The king on h2. It's facing a queen, a bishop, and a rook. Don't count out that c pawn, right? If you take your eyes off it, yes, the queen and the bishop cover the c6 square, but there could be a time where that pawn is ready to mobilize, and he does quickly play f5. Kirill, he's
on
ready
his own
for this
volition.
fight.
On his own volition. And I think he senses that this pawn can rumble forward, perhaps even to f3, shattering the king's defenses. Objectively speaking, yeah, definitely black is better, but practically as well, the more I look at this position, the more uncomfortable it begins to look for white. What's one of the worst things to face in time pressure? Piece activity. When there's such a disparity in piece activity, it simply raises the possibility that the side with the inferior pieces makes some sort of blunder, walks into some sort of a tactic. There's a lot more going on here for Kirill, but how does he concretely improve his position? Fabi's so solid. Everything's anchored and screwed in.
An a6, because there could be a rook b7. And even though g2 would be hanging, there's a problem on g7, the 7th rank. The king on g6 is really out in the open. So you have to be really careful. And now Kirill down under 1 minute and 15 seconds and counting down. Fabiano 140. It is still better for black. Queen c6, a retrieval. What about queen a1? And then rook b7.
And threatens rook b7. You called it. That pawn on g7 is feeling mighty uncomfortable right now, and by extension, the king. Will Fabi see queen a1? I think he will, because in addition to threatening rook b7, it also defends a6. It makes the move a lot easier to find than if it was just to prepare rook b7. What does Kirill do after queen a1? Probably has to move his queen away to keep b7 under control.
But now black is moving backwards, while white is going to move forward. So the bishop on e4, pawn f5, rook d3, they're all protecting one another. But queen a1 threatening rook b7, or really careful.
You can also play rook b7 immediately and try to keep this rook on the 7th rank. That would be a real crazy play. Brazen move to give up a6. But maybe Fabi senses that the game can turn around here. Let's see what he chooses. I think he's deciding between queen a1 and the immediate rook b7.
But there's a tactical flaw, I think, in that line, because rook b7, queen a6, rook c, or e7, rook takes d6 becomes available.
That is a monster. Yep. And then you have to play rook takes e4 and try to hold on to a queen endgame, but that's not glamorous. Fabi, though, look at his clock. No, he does go rook b7.
Wow.
And I think he's going to go down that line. I think he sees rook e7. He probably saw rook takes d6, and he judges that endgame is drawn, but that is a mighty risky approach.
Yeah, and he has to play rook e7. Like he can't stop his rook anywhere else, and the queen comes down to a2, and white's king gets checkmated. So after queen a6, rook e7, threatening rook takes e4, that should be enough, it looks like, for a hold.
It should.
But he's on the worst side of that hold.
But the point is that the king is so weak that black will not be able to basically divert his attention fully to promoting the a pawn, because the queen will have to constantly remain as kind of a crutch for the king. Kirill takes it. Both sides now down way below a minute. But will Fabi see rook takes c4? That's an easy move to miss, particularly if you didn't see rook takes d6. Imagine if he gets scared. Oh my goodness, I blundered rook takes d6. He's got to keep his composure and find this counter blow rook takes c4. If Fabi drops his rook back, Robert, then he's going to be losing.
Right. I mean, it just doesn't justify why he gave up that a6 pawn.
He hasn't played rook e7 yet, and he's down to 15 seconds. Is he panicking here? Can he keep his composure and play rook e7? That's the only move. 8 seconds now for Fabi.
What's he doing?
Oh,
he was rook back.
He didn't see it. And now Kirill has that a pawn. But queen a5.
Okay.
Again, don't shovel dirt on him yet. Fabi getting active again, and that rook on b2 is holding everything together.
And a6 would be a huge mistake because there's rook b6 ideas. Like, you have to be really careful for both sides right now.
The battle of nerves right now. Who can keep their composure? Queen back to you, threatening rook takes d6 and queen e5 check potential. Uh-oh.
Don't take on a7.
3 seconds. Rook d2. Goes rook f2. He sees it, but maybe the bishop can move back to make room for the queen.
Yes, bishop c6. It looks like a great choice.
And queen e3, but no, Kirill doesn't see it, allowing queen a6. Now he's got to move his king back.
And after king h7, what's white going to do there? Just move the queen somewhere, but I don't know where white's moving the pieces.
Kirill's taking too long in a simple move, king h7. Now he's down to 16 seconds. Fabi, in c4, g4 is possible here.
g4, hg, like, you just can't take back.
Yeah, I didn't see the bishop was hanging. He pushes his pawn down the board.
Oh, bishop d5 or queen d3 is hanging. Really dangerous.
6 seconds for Kirill.
Okay, you got to move Kirill.
a4. Now he wants Fabi to take so that he can put a rook on d2.
Yes, and that's not good.
2 seconds. Fabi's going to move. He's going to lose the time.
He barely got the move of a rook d2.
Rook d2. Rook d2, rook a4. Bishop d5. Bishop d5 is the winning move.
Bishop d5 is huge.
Bishop d5.
Does he see it?
He
2
doesn't see
seconds.
it.
1 second.
He doesn't see it. He's gonna
Oh my
lose.
gosh! He lost in time. He just didn't move.
Oh my god,
my-
the position where Fabio resigns after bishop d5. Are you kidding me?
His feet were stuck in cement and he couldn't budge and he doesn't get a move off. And Fabiano Caruana in a lost position.
He couldn't
takes
get
it.
out of the quicksand. And this is a move he's got to see instantly, but it's nerves, Robert. You get so nervous in that moment, your brain becomes mush. Your hands start shaking. You can't execute the move. It's like you switch off.
Oh my
What
God.
an unbelievable result.
So you're telling me that in the quarterfinals, and we're still not even close to being done with this, we had a surprise checkmate when someone promoted. We had
what hasn't happened today?
Right, we had David Paravian and Jan Nepomniachtchi, just an epic struggle. Then we got to the point where Jose Martinez, his position was terrible, and Knight G1 essentially wins in the game, even though Amin had chance. And finally, last but certainly not least, whereas this game, where it was winning for Black in the final position, Kirill had more time. He just lost sight of the clock and he loses. So we have our final 4 players ready to go.
You can't let this happen, though. If you don't see a move, you just got to take on A2. And Kirill is going to be kicking himself for the rest of this day. He's not sleeping well tonight. Fabi, on the other hand, he's got another lease on life as we take a look at the bracket. He's going to be facing Mr. Kiri, the 2 swindlers facing off against each other. And Nepo is going to be facing a very tough opposition in Jospem. All of our games today, all of our matches have been absolutely amazing, Robert. This is why the RCC is going to be so great. This is weekend 1.
Oh my gosh. Somebody call those players a doctor because their blood level pressures through the roof. That was a stressful game. We are going to decompress. We'll be right back for more from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Well, the FIDE Grand Prix continues tomorrow. Daniel Naroditsky will have the call with Kedi Satsilashvili. It is the final stage of the first leg in Berlin. It is Hikaru Nakamura taking on Levon Aronian. Daniel, actually, did I misspeak? Is there a rest day tomorrow? Because initially there would have been a tiebreak day if it was 1-1. So maybe you even have a day off.
Oh, man, I do have a day off, don't I? Oh, man, I didn't even realize that I was already setting my alarms for 4:45 a.m. because that's the absolute latest that I can get out of bed.
Well, I'm glad I could alarm you that you might have a day off, in which case we have time to get ourselves ready for the epic finale between Levon Aronian, Hikaru Nakamura. The Grand Prix is the two winners of the Grand Prix cycle will make their way to the Candidates Tournament. It's a really big deal. You will not want to miss that, but you also will not want to miss the continuation of this event, the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have Anish Giri, we have Fabiano Caruana making their way to one semifinal, Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Jose Martinez in the other. Danya, this is going to be even more awesome. I don't know how that's possible considering what we just saw.
And even more so because both Anish and Fabi know that they're pretty fortunate to be here. So I found that when that's true, you get some of the most inspired games because what they're saying to themselves is, look, I might very well have lost, so I might as well make the most out of this opportunity that I'm granted. And I think they're throwing everything. They're putting everything out onto the 64 squares in this game.
And Donna, the game is underway. It is Anish Giri with the white pieces. We'll pull that up for you all in just a second here. It's still early, only 6 moves in a Catalan right now, but the players, they're going to be testing each other. And Donna, I think oftentimes fans, maybe people who are not so familiar with classical chess and they think, oh, blitz, they're just making random moves. So sometimes they're actually showcasing some of the really hard work, hours and hours of study in variations. And here we see Fabiano opting for the move B6 in this Catalan. And now it's Anish Giri who is thinking.
Yeah. Slightly weird moves. Yeah, knight takes d5, another surprise. Usually, you see black taking on d5 with the pawn. And you've seen this trend in the Catalan where black keeps trying new different lines. You saw this being played against Magnus and Tata Steel, where 3 people played 3 different variations. Now, what is the zen of this line for black? Well, one thing that comes to mind is that ultimately black might try to prepare the move C7, C5.
Right. And white on the flip side might have E2 to E4. These are these big question marks where white often doesn't want to play E4 too early. Black needs to play C5, but can't play it too early as well if you're not fully developed, or can't deal with ideas of the rook coming to D1 and things of that nature. So it's a big moment. So is C5 just going to be met by pawn takes C5? Because if you take with the bishop, there might even be knight G5 coming out of the other direction.
But to channel your idea, maybe after c5, you should play knight takes c5 in order to meet bishop takes d5 with e4, forcing the bishop back. Now white's got the center. Now white's going to have to part ways with one of these pawns, but I'm thinking about the sacrifice d5, which is a pretty typical idea in these types of positions where black isn't quite developed enough. Because if your bishop takes d5, you run into the devastating move rook d1. Maybe black can get away with queen takes d5, but now after something like knight h4, white has a very serious initiative in a turn for the pawn. So a lot to process here as Fabi decides to delay c5 and complete his development first. I think that's a very wise decision.
Yeah, there are so many issues with the c5 move because beforehand you would either take with your pawn, which gives you 2 isolated pawns on the queen side, or you take with the bishop, but that bishop on e7 is very importantly covering the g5 square. I think often, Danya, people who may be less familiar with these positions, they forget about this motif knight to g5, which with the bishop on b7 being a little bit loose, the queen on c2 aiming at the h7 pawn, there are all sorts of tactical possibilities there.
Yeah, just to show, you might take on c3 and say, oh, I'm stopping knight g5, but no, you're actually not, because the bishop on b7 hangs. So many games have been lost like this, and even some GMs have fallen into these kinds of traps. Maybe not exactly this very position, but something similar. And we have a total transformation of the pawn structure. We have knight takes d5 by Giri, e takes d5, and another transformation as we have a trade on c5 and another hanging pawn structure.
Wow. And that was...
What do you make of this?
That was a really big moment. I actually don't know if I love the decision from Giri. I didn't think he had any rush to take the pawn on c5. If we just go back a couple moves when he played d takes c5, because this is one of those big questions from a structural point of view. Like, is black going to play c4? Because black doesn't want to take on d4, right? That's very clear. You don't want to give yourself an isolated pawn. So if black isn't going to play c4, maybe white had another move to make, like rook to d1
rook
first.
f d1.
Exactly.
Yeah. But after c4, you have this weak pawn on d5. You have the possibility of knight e5. I'm never really scared of this, because even like knight takes c4, b3, this comes with a lot of responsibility having a pawn chain like that. So I'm on the same page as you. I think this might have been a little bit hasty. And honestly, I think Fabi has basically solved all of his opening problems. You think about these pawns, they're very well defended. The knight from d7, if necessary, can swing out to f6, adding more defenders to the d5 pawn. And here we go. Both of them now making the sort of decorations, as I said, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, the rook coming to c1. Fabi's rook might come to c8 or e8. And it's the calm before the storm.
And, you know, by taking on c5, you allowed the queen to go to b6. You allowed black to connect the rooks easily. Whereas if the tension had remained with the pawn on d4, the pawn on b6, the queen would not have been able to leave that last rank. So I think that it gives black additional options, and you tend not to want to do that. And rook c8, by the way, is a move that you have to be very careful about from black's point of view, because bishop h3 is going to be really annoying on that diagonal.
And generally, white's plan in this position, you know, for Anish, he has to try to hack at these hanging pawns in the center. And how do you do that? Indeed, yeah, I think Sergei Karyakin would definitely find a good way to do it. But how exactly? 95 maybe? I don't know.
No, it's a good question. And, you know, one of the things that you have to keep an eye on is, and he plays e3, so black isn't going to play d4 now because you're just going to lose a pawn, but sometimes you play d4 to open up that bishop on the long diagonal. But with that bishop sitting on g2 and competing for the same line, doesn't seem so easy. And h4 play, because otherwise g5.
You are not trapping my bishop. No, no, no. I wasn't born on February 12th, 2022, says Anish. But again, he's kind of running out of waiting moves. He's running out of improving moves. And Fabi, on the other hand, Robert, I think has many ways left to improve his position. There comes the knight to e4. Here comes a rook to d8. And slowly but surely, I think black is starting to take over the initiative here.
Black has too many choices. a5, a4. We've seen positions like this earlier today where you can develop your rook from the a8 square and just push that pawn up the board and open up the file. So I think that, you know, white looks very solid. The f2 pawn defends the pawn chains. I like that move, bishop e5. I think you have to reroute this bishop. It wasn't doing much on f4, but still, knight e4, as you pointed out, it seems like black is jumping in to white's position, and white doesn't have a clear plan.
Yeah, there comes the knight. And I like what Anish just did there. He moved his bishop. That was the last exit on the freeway, because if the bishop had been stuck on f4, that would have been another headache he had to worry about. At least now the bishop is safe, and at least it's sitting on the long diagonal. Is it doing anything too specific? No. That bishop on f8, Robert, as I always say, at least once per commentary broadcast, that bishops, what do? They defend good pawns. And this bishop may look passive, but it's performing a crucial duty defending some of black's most important pawns. I would maybe bring this queen closer to the center here.
Well, one of the big questions I'm about to ask you, and you sort of answered, are you worried that bishop takes e4? I know we don't want to give up our light square bishop, a fear-killer bishop in front of the king, but sometimes the resulting position can be really difficult for black because your pawns are split. Your light square bishop may just stare at its own pawn. So sometimes bishop takes e4 is an option for white.
I personally would be too scared, but I absolutely agree it needs to be considered. And if Fabi is scared of it, but the thing, yeah, there goes queen e6, because I wouldn't return to f6 with my knight. I feel like that would essentially admit the failure of black's strategy. Yeah, so bishop takes e4, a very serious candidate move here, but Anish deciding to go knight c3. And now I think this is a threat because it can be accompanied by knight takes e5. And you certainly don't want to give that pawn away if you're geary.
Right.
Wait a minute, but now the knight can reroute again to f4 and put pressure on the d5 pawn. And then there's this pin that black has to worry about.
Yeah, it's such an odd position. So knight f4 played. I mean, that's the point of knight e5, knight d3, going over to f4. And
weird position.
Like g5 would be too weakening, right? There's a bishop on a1 now. But there are moments where you make a move like g5 and it works out because there are tactics in the air. But I don't know. I'm just moving other people's pieces. G5 looks way too risky.
Well, I don't know what to make of this. I find it very hard to find a good move for either side here. They're kind of locked in this weird stare down in the center, but particularly for Fabi, because he's got to pay attention to his pawns. Maybe bishop d6. Maybe that's a possibility to aim at this knight on f4.
then Geary can have this move bishop h3, dislodging the queen, and you might end up losing your d5 pawn. So a lot of tactics in the air, and very difficult to find a good move here for black.
And bishop
Black is in
h3,
zugzwang.
it almost traps the queen, by the way. You have to go to h7.
One square.
Yeah.
If your king was on h7, that queen would literally be trapped there.
Yeah, king h7.
That would be the craziest queen trap I've ever seen. Bishop h3.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, no. So you said bishop d6, bishop h3, but maybe d5 isn't, there are no tactics available because you see the knight on d5 that lands there, the rook's on d8, the bishop on d7, there's takes on g3 ideas.
If you think about it, yeah, I was going to say bishop takes g3, but now there's knight e7 check. My goodness gracious, this is complicated.
Yeah, that's a nice tactic, actually.
Fabby, he's taking a lion's share of his time here. He's now at 5 minutes, and can you blame him? Now, maybe you just play queen c8 here. Just get back, press the reset button, and challenge Anish to find a way to improve his position. Whoa, he's played it.
Okay.
G5, what a gutsy decision, but do you like this?
It is weird, but I've been the Fabi whisperer today. Like,
you really have. I didn't even think about that move.
Well, I want to go for some sort of initiative.
Oh my goodness.
My knight and my queen. What?
There was a funny line here. Just really quickly, knight h5, gh, bishop takes e4, queen takes h5, and this is checkmate because of this bishop on a1. I think Anish should have played the immediate knight h5 because now bishop takes I guess bishop takes e4 is still a threat.
But but queen covers h7. So that line you were just showing.
Oh, knight f6 check wins because the queen is hanging.
But what if you play queen like g6 or something instead of g4?
If you play queen g6, then I could still perhaps go knight f6 check and transition the game into a very nasty endgame for black, because black just starts crumbling here. Black will at least lose g5. And in the endgame, as we've discussed, these hanging pawns become a huge liability.
That's right.
Rook d6 nice instead. Line. Can you just play f3?
But f3,
what does Fabby do?
Then g4?
Oh, g4 counterattacking the knight on h5 and contesting that pawn. Oh my lands! I don't even want to think about it. This is where you take an Excedrin and let the players figure it out. I'll let you do the driving, Fabby. We're entering Manhattan.
No, for sure. I was like, oh, g5, maybe it works. Now you do the calculation. I don't know. And this is actually a wild position because in f3 pretty much looks like it wins a piece because the queen on f5 is undefended. Knight takes g3 does defend the queen, but then knight takes g3 back. You just lose a piece there. If you don't have the d6 square, you're not going to be able to retreat the knight. So f3, g4, the only way for black to fight on, I think, and it gets really messy.
Otherwise you simply lose a piece. And sometimes in such positions you have knight takes g3, but you know what really helps, White? The fact that the queen on c1, on c2 is protected by this rook. The fact that eliminates any such tactics connected with exposing White's queen. And Geary, I can guarantee you he's calculating f3. I'm going to let him do that, because for me, I could do it, but it's like seeing a spot where you have to parallel park. Maybe I could do it on a good day, but I'm going to let someone more experienced handle that.
Yeah, no, this is really complex. And one of the things about f3, you may think, okay, I can't move my knight, but I can move my queen to attack the knight on h5. Then White will just play g4. So it's not even just about trying to win the knight immediately. Mm-hmm. If you can protect that knight on h5, there will always be huge threats on the king side. And so I think that you have to play the move g4 as black.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And for many reasons, as you said, you lose the knight and you allow White to play g4, anchoring that knight on h5. That's a good point. Wow, what a position. And for Anish, I don't see an alternative to f3. I feel like what helps White's cause here is essentially the fact that f3 is the only way left to improve his position. What else does he do? He's gotten everything to a good square. Queen b2 can always be met with d4, intercepting the long diagonal, and allowing d4 in a position like this is mighty scary. Yeah, and then the rook coming to h6. Ooh.
No, it's a good way to lose a game rather than to win it. And the knight on h5 is trapped. So you can't lose sight of that.
It is trapped.
But
it is.
He's doing the right thing, though, because f3 is the move he very likely will play, but it's such a big decision because your king is going to be open, the black's king being open. So if we look through those lines, like f3, g4, I mean, what is happening there?
Well, there is this crazy move, knight f6 check. You can't take with the knight. I assume you have to take with the rook, but rather than taking the rook, White can start by taking the knight on e4, and there's trouble brewing, because if black takes back, White doesn't just blindly take the rook. No, White plays rook f1 and wins the game because you win an entire rook in this position. So this line is concerning. Whoa, Geary just took on e4. He didn't even think in this position. He had to slow down.
Wait, whoa.
That
is shocking.
instantly. And Robert, look at this position. Now Robert's rook coming to h6. White's king is so much likelier to be mated here than Black's king. Whoa!
And he took on c5?
Rook h6, he just allows it?
Oh my gosh.
I guess he basically says that the king has an escape square on f2 and the bishop covers f6. But this is so flimsy. I feel like Fabi's going to throw the pawn onto d4 at some point. That's going to rip apart the diagonal. No, this is terrible.
Wait, and also, can you bring your rook to e6? Like a queen h2 check?
E6, even here. Takes, check. Here, and now you sacrifice on f6, obviously. And once White loses the g2 bishop, that's the last man standing. The king's going to be mated here. Look how safe Black's king is anchored by the bishop on f8. Rook e6 wins the game here for Fabi. That is a brilliant move, preparing rook f6 check. Will he see it, Robert?
I think he's going to see it. And knight f6 check, I think he just didn't see it. And Giri did not see the tactic.
It's easy to backseat drive, but he had to take 5-10 seconds just to check for intermezzos. That when when you have two pieces hanging, it's a basic piece of advice. You have to check for intermediate moves. And if he had specifically thought about that, he would have had a very high chance of seeing it. Looked like White was winning there.
Wow, that was a big moment. I mean, look at this position. It's
Danny
clear.
Chad says he's a great parallel parker. All right. I'll test that one day.
Well, I've been in the car with Danny many times. I can agree. I don't compliment him often. His parallel parking is quite good.
I'm not, but now that I don't live in San Francisco anymore, I don't need it.
True.
So anyways, let's see what he does.
Needs is some sort of way to like save his king, and there's nothing, right? You're saying rook e6. Whether it's before or after queen h2 check, the rook is coming to e6.
Here it comes.
Yes.
Oh, you know what he can do after rook e6? He can play the move pawn to e5. In fact, I think he has to. As ugly as that move looks, it prevents rook f6 check. You know what the problem is? Whoa!
Oh,
I see what he wants. Fabi wants to take on e4 with the bishop, but wait a minute, Robert. I don't think that's as dangerous as the rook e6 idea, because White can play rook g1 and simply protect this bishop.
Oh my gosh.
And the rook e6 was a findable move. I was sure that he would play it.
Yeah, I guess, it's one of these things where if you know for a fact you have a, -6 lead in the position, you're like, okay, there's going to be some tactic. Let me just go for checkmate. But d4 does look like a good move because queen takes e8. It looks like, oh, give me your rook. D takes e3 check. And it's not about the material. It's about whose king is going to be hunted.
Or rook f6 now that the bishop has been intercepted.
Oh. Yeah,
so White has to play bishop takes e4 because the actual threat in this position, well, there's d takes e3 and rook f6. And the only way to stop both threats, technically, is bishop takes d4. Every other move loses essentially on the spot.
Yes, but in your head, if you're a niche, you see bishop takes e4 coming, you're like, my king is never going to be safe. So even though the evaluation bar says, zeros, you look at this position and you're like, I don't know about that. My king is really hurting.
It's always zeros in these positions. And I think after rook g1, which again is, I would imagine, totally forced, here I think rook e6 is asking to be played because now on top of everything else, Black's rook is simply hanging. So you're almost compelled to move it.
The problem, though, is there's no way to get to that bishop on g2 again, right? So like rook e6, the threat is rook f6 check to force the king away. But like, let's say you play queen g5 check after.
Okay, I cover.
And then I bring my queen to f4.
Preventing rook f6.
But bishop d6 doesn't work because there's rook c8 in back rank checkmate.
Oh, that comes out of nowhere. Bishop d6 would have been a genius move. It would have forced the queen away, and then rook f6 check is possible. Although once the queen takes on e4, it anchors itself to the bishop.
But g3 is hanging. I mean, there's just a lot of messiness there, but your point taken, right? The bishop is loose, but still, like, you can't move that bishop from f8 because rook c8 will hurt you along the last rank.
The clock is fading for both of them. Now down to 2 minutes is Fabiano. Giri already at 2 minutes. Anything is possible. This is literally the definition of all three results are possible. Completely unpredictable. I think he's going to go rook e6. And this queen g5, queen f4 maneuver, not the easiest to find, although necessity is the mother of invention. If you know you have to stop rook f6 at all costs, you're basically playing it.
Although there is something else that's a problem in White's position, right? If you can bring that rook to the c file, because if you can't trade on c1, you need the rook to stay on g1. So there's never going to be a trade offered. And if Black can take over the c file, then the rook's coming down to c2. So that rook e6 also threatens rook c6, not just rook f6.
Yeah, and that's the equivalent of taking county roads rather than the freeway to get to your destination. But you got to look at every open file. Every open file has the potential to be important. This file seems irrelevant, but it's relevant for two reasons. As you pointed out, White has these mate ideas on the back rank, and Anish taking absolutely no time. He goes queen g5 check. He's in control of the game now. Queen f4.
For sure. And he plays queen f4. So if black plays f5, I know it's scary for
Rook
the black
C8.
king as well. Is rook c6 black's next move?
Oh, because now your rooks are perfectly positioned on the 6th rank. That's a wonderful idea.
But they're like queen g5. I mean, it's really
rook
scary.
Rook takes f8 and queen d8. There might be a perpetual in there as well. That might be why it's all zeros according to the eval bar, because there's a very high probability of a perpetual check delivered by white or delivered by black in some cases. Geary now with a big time advantage, bishop's back to c6,
Ooh.
covering the c file. Maybe the other
Okay.
bishop coming out to d6.
Oh, that's actually a
Although
really
it's not
big
a threat. It's not a threat because of rook takes c6 and mate, taking a page out of your book.
Yeah. Wow, that's nasty.
So you know what would be crazy if Anish just played a waiting move and pretended to blunder bishop d6. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I love moments like that where the blunder is actually the best thing to do because you're like, oh, well, e4.
Yeah, that's one of those moves. Bishop d6 now is very tempting, but it loses to rook takes c6.
Yes, and that's something that you do not want to blunder. And king h7 never possible because the f7 pawn is loose. Like if you're trying to set up a bishop d6, you can't do it. Yeah.
Rook h1 is a threat. What do? White is threatening rook h1, trapping the queen.
Well, that's what you do. You bring your queen back.
That's what you do. You bring the queen back. Okay, I panicked a little bit prematurely there. Fabi keeping his composure, but he's down to 40 seconds, and now he's worse.
Queen f5. You can just trade the queen. Oh, there is rook g5, I guess.
Yeah, black's stuck on the last 2 ranks, but kicking and screaming. Okay, what does white do now? Both kings are obviously in a lot of danger.
Oh my goodness. I mean, rook h1 almost trapped the queen there. And you can play rook h1, but then the queen runs away. So you don't just want to attack the queen. The queen will go to a5, hit the a2 pawn, threatening infiltrate
This
the
is so much fun. I love
Yeah.
these games. It's a time scramble. Now, Geary dropping down to a minute. Maybe he just makes a neutral move, rook d1, rook e1, something like that. Maybe get your king away to e2, but then you go from the frying pan into the fire. Then you walk into various checks. This is so hard to play for both sides. No moves come naturally here, Robert. That's a problem when you're in a time scramble.
And look at me. She was b4, an unexpected move. It's like, that's not where the attention should be. And now the black queen can go over to b5, save itself from the rook's attack, go after the b4 pawn,
Get out of there.
come into d3, go to a4, all sorts. There it is.
This is such a high quality time scramble. Unreal. Queen b5. Now the queen infiltrating from the other side. Geary has to defend d3. Maybe go rook gd1.
Oh, rook gd1 is nice because a3 just defending a pawn. That's a tempting move, but
he plays it.
Oh gosh, but now there's got to be a tactic somewhere.
There's
you know?
a crazy tactic here that we might show after the game. Rook f6.
Oh,
We'll have to
come
wait
on.
And then the discovery at the end. No way. Queen d3 goes natural. Rook
Okay.
d3 now he's going to take on a3. He's mopping up those queenside pawns. Is Caruana.
And you could try to get your rook to the c8 square by playing b5. Take my pawn, please.
You should.
Rook c8. There's back rank threats, but that's a hard move to play because you're also inviting the bishop into the action. You're giving up material. All of a sudden, black would be up. Bunny goes king to g1.
I
Queen
love
takes
that
b4.
move. Now white's king is the safest it has been all game.
That's right. But rook b1 to b8. Here it comes.
Anish says, my turn. Rook
Okay, that's
b8,
a good
even in
move.
this position, you don't have to do anything because the pawn defends the queen. I would just go rook b8. Maybe then Fabi can trade queens and go rook d6. No, Anish grabbing another pawn on a7. This starting to fizzle out just a little bit. You might have a queen trade and a draw.
Yeah, that's a nervous move. Like, all of a sudden, I'm down material. Let's just make material equality. I know I shouldn't be able to lose this. Here
And
we go.
of course, the game will probably end in a draw.
Oh, I mean, for sure. That's the likely result right now. Bishop d6 to f5.
e5 trades.
Okay.
Trades happening a mile a minute. Black is not in the woods. This is a little bit unpleasant, Robert, especially if Fabi loses this pawn.
That's right, but bishop e7, the rook on h6 in a great location, protecting the bishop on c6. So there's no real. Oh, watch out for the back rank. Watch out for like a
rook b8, e6 ideas, bishop e4.
Yeah.
Fabi with 10 seconds. He's got to be careful. I would take g2.
Just
and
take
go
g2.
f5.
Oh,
Get
that's a nice
space.
move.
Get luft for yourself. Rook b8 and f5.
But rook b8, f5. There's going to be
Rook
f6.
c4. Yikes.
Yeah,
f6. There might be rook b7. Anish getting his king up. Now Fabi has to go f5.
Okay, rook c4 attacks the bishop, but
Bishop
f5
a1
was an idea. Bishop a1 looks very annoying to me.
Now f5 you'll get on passanted.
Bishop c5. Bishop c5. You know you draw a pawn down endgame. So,
but Robert, that's not an easy draw anymore because white's king gets to f5 and black has to be very careful there. I've seen players lose that. I would take if I'm Anish.
But I
have seen people lose this in a classical game, but it's pretty simple.
Yes, go rook c1. Okay, he's gonna keep his rook on the 4th rank. Rook c1 now. Don't allow f5, f6 so easily.
e6 is a threat. Move your king back to f8 there. This is also possible.
right? Just give
Rookie
you rook
7. If you're Anish, I would throw in Rookie 7. Rook G3. He's allowed to take F6. He's allowed to take F6. He had to keep his rook on F1 there to disallow.
Oh, but rook H1 is clutch. That is
amazing
a huge move.
He's going at it from the other side, but I would go F5 if I'm Anish.
Rook H6 check. And then rook
Okay,
H6
Fabi has restabilized his defense.
Okay.
F5, F6 check. F5, F6 is a draw by the skin of his teeth. Rook B7 here. Anish has to play Rook B7. Keep it going. Get the rook to D6.
And rook G6 check. Okay, rook E6, no F5 for you. Rook
I
G6
would go
check
rook,
is always
rook
possible.
D7 and rook D6. Anish had a chance there if he went F5 a little bit earlier.
That's true. And Fabiano thinking here. He's getting down on the clock.
F5! He blundered F5! Oh my God,
no.
why did he allow it? Why did he allow it? Wait a minute.
Oh
How does
my
White win?
gosh.
How does White win?
Is there... I almost...
Check. Oh, F6. No, F6, there's a renegade rook possibility.
Rook
B5.
Rook B5.
I think Anish did it wrong. Rook B1 maybe.
Just go rook B5. You can't go rook E6 to king F5.
Yeah, and there's no stalemate because Black has H6.
He made the wrong rook move. The wrong rook
No,
move.
and that's it. Rook A7.
And then
King G5, King H6. No, that was wrong. Rook E8.
Woo! This is crazy.
Oh my God, King G5. Now Black just waits. Anish has to go Rook E8, Rook E7.
Here it goes.
But now Fabi can go Rook B1.
Rook B1.
Oh my God.
Rook
Back
B7
to
back.
B7.
It's a draw.
Holy smokes.
Oh my goodness. Both players are just like, what the heck just happened?
What is happening? The winning plan, by the way, in this position, not easy to find. Rook A7, Robert. And now King G5. And the point is that after Rook B1, you give a check and you have this breakthrough E6. That's the point. Takes an F7 with F8. This just shows you how complicated endgames are. What an unbelievable game. And we're not done yet. They have a 3+2 game to decide this.
And Don, it's one of those moments where when you have the evaluation bar and it says +7, okay,
it's so much easier.
But for the players,
So
that
much
move
easier.
E6 is kind of like, I can't play E6. I can't just trade pawns or give up a pawn. That's not going to work. So that's an understandable moment in a time scramble. But there was a draw initially, a very good defensive effort by Fabiano. Then he made a mistake, and it looked like Anish was about to punish him. And unfortunately, he couldn't find the right path forward. Wow.
And look at E6 in this position, too, he had to see. F takes E6, F7, Rook E6, Rook 8. So I would caution people. I know that the E-ball bar was swinging a million times. There were a lot of mistakes. But imagine playing this endgame with 5 seconds. I don't think either of the players did anything overly objectionable. There were some sloppy moments. Overall, it was an incredibly high-quality game, given the circumstances. And keep your seatbelts fastened. Here they go. Fabi now with the white pieces in the 3+2 game.
Okay, well, let's see how this one continues. Anish Giri plays G6. He's going for B3.
Ooh.
What? Who's Fabiano training with right now? What is with these B3 moves?
Someone Russian, Alexei Drev.
Do you remember what happened in Tata Steel when Anish and Fabiano played, and Fabiano had like some fianchettoed bishops, and the end result wasn't very good for him? Yeah.
I don't like this setup at all. B3 in this particular situation. Normally in such positions, you take back on D4 with a knight. Now Black plays D5, and I think traditionally this is just supposed to be totally fine for Black, with his bishop looking a little dumb. Bishop F5, typical move. Getting the structure, getting the E4 square for the knight.
Yeah, this I don't like.
I hate what Fabi is doing here. I really,
you know what he's
don't like
doing?
this.
Look, it's less about the over the board play. He's just trying to become a B3 cowboy. Right? Adiban, I know you're watching this. Hello, enjoy that you have convinced somehow Fabiano to come to the dark side and play.
Okay,
B3.
I can respect that. I don't like it, but I think he's kind of stabilized here, and he's got over 3 minutes. He is playing very confidently. So you know what? He knows more than I do about these structures. I think he knows what he's doing. I'm going to put it that way.
Well, Rook B8, you're protecting the B5 pawns preemptive to make sure that you don't have to watch out when the queen is in line with the pawn. But now for White, what's the idea? Because you can do this thing where you play B4 and A4.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
His rook to the center, but I don't know if 95 really amounts to much.
Yeah, now Anish can take it with the bishop. And of course, this knight on E4 is a monster. Ultimately, White can go knight D4 and F3. I don't know about knight takes C5. Now Fabi can go knight D4. And of course, he has the possibility of going F3. Now, F3 comes with its risks because it weakens the king. There are sacrifices available. But we'll see what Fabi does. I think knight D4 is begging to be played.
Yes.
Whoa.
And
C4. Queen B6. No, bishop D4, queen A6. Trouble.
Oh.
Trouble. I think Fabi forgot that the queen is hanging.
He completely overlooked that pin.
Oh, now he's starting to drop all of his pawns on the queen side, and the rook from G8 coming to C8. Ugh.
This was strange. I mean, he moved so quickly here. Yes, it's a blitz game, but he was ahead on the clock, and he made a very big decision. Yeah.
I don't get it. I mean, this is not Fabi's style at all. This couldn't be further from Fabi's style. He's an E4 player. Go D4. This was right up Anisha's alley. And now he's in huge trouble again. He's buried himself into a hole. DC? What is this?
Because DC rook B3. Is rook B3, exactly.
Ugh. And queen D4, rook D8 simply wins the game.
And if you go queen F4, there's rook G4. I mean, what?
This is a complete disaster for Fabi. Complete disaster. He's completely lost. Queen takes A3 is threatened. Rook B3. And just to show this line, takes here, here, here. Goodbye. Complete. Oh no, rook B3. It's game over.
I think in that sequence, you have to give up your queen and like hope that somehow you could survive against the king on G7. But
rook B7 also.
Oh, well, that's
rook B7 is resigns.
Okay, well, that's mean. We know that backwards moves are hard to wait. Queen D4 also hangs the knight on F3.
Oh my God, everything. Oh my goodness. Fabi might resign here. Fabi might resign here.
Yeah, no, the game's over.
It is over. That's it. I mean, every piece is defended. Take on F3, go rook B7. I would go for the bishop personally.
If take on F3, there's queen D7, and that is a little bit annoying at the very least.
Okay, he does it, but then there's queen takes A3.
Stop making
good moves.
Yeah.
Anish has plenty of time to figure this out. Look how safe all of his pieces are.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to find 2 more moves to force resignation.
Yeah, and queen takes A3, just defending the bishop. You don't want to give up the F7 pawn. The queen would be going close to the king. The rook coming to D7, things like that can be scary. So queen takes A3, he plays it, and after rook A1,
queen B4.
Queen B4. And after rook B1, there's rook B3, just to make sure the queen can stay on the diagonal with the bishop.
Too easy. It's too easy. I mean, this is child's play for Geary, and I'm going to be brutally frank here, Robert. This was a really, really bad game by Fabi. It's understandable. He's still switching from that crazy, nerve-wracking game, but Anish was just better able to adjust. It's as simple as that.
And Anish Geary just refuses to lose. He didn't lose a single game in yesterday's Swiss, and now here today, he's almost lost to Vladislav Kovalyov just a moment ago in the previous round, and then now against Fabiano, that topsy-turvy game 1, it had the players on edge, but now in game 2, it's just an absolute demolition.
And Anish was certainly losing at various points in the previous game, but it was never easy. I think the clearest chance was this rook E6 move, swinging the rook to F6, and Fabi is going to be kicking himself for that. Now, wait a second. Fabi's still hoping for a prayer here. And we've had some prayers answered in this tournament thus far. So again, don't say the last rites just yet.
Yeah, rook A7, next move. That's why he went rook D8 to just kick that queen in there.
Queen A7, and okay, hope for some blunder, yeah, maybe some mouse slip. Okay, always anything possible, as my grandmother taught me, never say never. Russian expression, never say never.
So Justin Bieber stole it from the Russians. Got it.
Exactly.
Yeah, where's your queen going? Queen C7 played, and rook takes E3. Oh,
yeah, rook takes E3. This is such a classy move. Oh my goodness.
Queen C5. Yeah, offer the queen trade, take E3, go checkmate the white king. If you don't,
now you can administer the last rites.
I don't even know what else there is to say. This position
was never in the game. Fabi just never got into it. Queen B7 has to play.
Just such a bad decision, and one that he played really quickly.
Because he was doing okay. I mean, let's finish, of course, until the game. Okay, take the queen and C3, bishop C5.
Yeah, the knight on E4 is just the most marvelous piece I've ever seen.
Takes. It really is. Bishop C5, bishop takes C3, and promote the pawn. He goes C3 immediately. He says, I don't even care. You take my queen.
Because the queen can't leave the other queen's side. The E3 pawn would hang.
The man is evil, and I think Fabi will resign right here.
There's just no words for what just happened. It's shocking.
Fabi with the white pieces, he has had monumental struggles over the last couple of tournaments. I mean, in Tata Steel and here in this tournament as well, in the RCC thus far.
Yeah. I mean, it's Tata Steel. How many games did he lose with the white? Like 3?
Yeah, I think he lost 3 games all with the white pieces.
You don't see that like ever.
No. And then he lost to, a complete beginner in the previous tournament he played.
Oh, you. Yeah, I was like, who? What? Oh, you. I was like, I don't remember what tournament you're talking about, but C2, rook D1, resignation about to occur. And
yeah, rook D1.
For Anish Giri, you couldn't ask for an easier game.
Sag.
That's that.
That is that. And let me just rewind really quickly. This is the key moment, Robert. We were expecting knight d4, but you can also go bishop d4, maybe a little bit worse for white, but nothing cataclysmic or apocalyptic. Instead, c4. It's understandable. He just completely forgot about this bishop being on b2. And white has all these undefended loose pieces all around the board. And that's what costs him. His position is just not fundamentally sound. And this knight on e4, it's an absolute monster. Anish Giri makes his way into the finals of this inaugural weekend.
That's right. So Anish Giri, he was the top seed heading in. He remains the top seed. And there is another semifinal matchup coming your way. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jose Martinez. But we are going to take a quick break. When we return, it's more from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We once again want to thank the company that brings you this event. It is Coinbase. The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn, explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet, get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much, much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. And we are back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Danya, I mean, we just can't ask for better and more fun chess. Mistakes are going to happen in these quick time controls, but the players are giving it their all.
And you know what? This is going to happen weekend after weekend. And the reason is that their pride is on the line. There's a lot of money on the line. And you could not ask for more out of an inaugural weekend of a chess event. This has been absolutely incredible. And guess what? The best is quite possibly yet to come, because we have Jose Martinez Jospem against Jan Nepomniachtchi. This is an amazing matchup. This is over-the-board excellence for both of these players, but more online experience probably for Jospem. So I don't even know who I would consider the favorite here now. Robert, Jan, he has to tone down the sloppiness a little bit, because Jose, I think, is going to punish it a little bit more precisely than Parabian. I think he's got the slight edge in that regard. Jan maybe has to manage his time a little bit better, but his general strategy of playing quickly in the opening, of course, has borne fruit for all of his chess career.
Well, also, we just saw what happened with Jose against Amin, where Jose is not going to survive that kind of position against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So
No.
Very careful out of the opening, not just get a worse position. And we see it's a Spanish, white is castle, giving up the e4 pawn to put a rook on e1. Black says, I don't want that. Let's put bishop e7. And so we have a closed position. In fact, the Martinez variation.
Oh, is that actually what it's called?
Yeah, that's what it says on chess.com here.
Wow, I never knew that. I don't know which Martinez it's named after. It can't be Jospem, right?
It says the Lopez, the Morphy defense, close, Martinez variation with 6b5.
Wow, I will have to do some sleuthing after our broadcast. But this is there's so many different setups here, Robert. You can play a4. You can play a4 in the next move. You can play rook e1, knight b2. It resembles an Italian in that there's a gazillion move orders and a million setups for both sides. Black too. Bishop b7, rook ba, knight a5. And we saw this in the Nepo Magnus match, where it seemed like there was a different sideline of the Ruy Lopez every game.
That's right. And honestly, I think it's a good choice from Jose, because he was in trouble in the more ambiguous positions against Amin Tabatabai. Here, it's a little more concrete. There's tension already on the b5 square. White is thinking about playing d4. White's thinking about, do I put my bishop on g5, or what do I do with that dark square bishop? Do I play rook e1, knight d2, knight f1? So there are many more options in this position, where it felt like Jose was frozen at some point, not sure how to continue after the initial opening moves.
May I make a bold prediction?
Go for it.
I predict that Jan, sorry, I really hope I don't get shamed for saying this, is going to be up on time in this game. I know I'm really going on a limb. I mean, I know I shouldn't say such things in broadcast, but I think he's going to be up on time throughout the game.
That's a big claim. I'm not sure I can support you on that one, Danya.
No evidence, yeah. As usual, I'm saying things without too much evidence.
Well, you'll correct that eventually, but right now, the bishop is on g5, trying to, at some point, use the d5 square, but it's not easy, especially because the bishop's on c2.
But okay, but Black King, yeah, a little bit abandoned, so maybe quickly get knight f5.
Well, I
bishops and then get knight bd2 f1. There is no quick way, but you have to fly through many stopovers. But I would go take c7 and get that knight e3. Now, is Jan maybe contemplating the move f5? This would be kind of in his style. You don't see this every day. Okay, Jose dropping his bishop back to e3. I don't love the look of that. I don't know, Robert. Can Black play d5 here and open up the center? Is it time?
You know, you're looking at d5. He says, why not? And if you take on d5, the bishop takes the e5 pawn is safe, because the bishop on e3 blocks the rook on e1, right? Yep. So that's the good news for Black. And then maybe Black can continue expanding with f5 at some point. f5 is a move you don't play lightly. You need to really consider it. But if you could keep expanding, you have an extra pawn from the e to the h file.
No, again, Jose, much like against Amin, I'm just not impressed with the outcome of the opening for him. He's an excellent opening player, but you know, these two games, he hasn't got much out of this, and he has to be very, very careful, because you know what? If he goes knight bd2, maybe Jan will play f5 here, and this is getting scarier and scarier. Now he's threatening to trap the bishop. White is super passive, and against Jan, the key word that you want to avoid, Robert, is passive. You just don't want to fall into one of those types of positions like Paravian did in their blitz game, because Jan is merciless in those positions.
Right. I mean, Jan, he's shown that he also smells it, right? Some players are not exactly sure when it goes from a level position to one where you can press forward for more. Jan is really good at sensing that moment, and he just like, all right, my turn, my time to play for more. And right here, I mean, look at Jose's position. He doesn't have a single piece past his own third rank. Jan, on the other hand, has the knight on a5, which is on the rim. Okay, don't love that. But b5, c5, and e5 pawns with that bishop on d5. Like, it's very clear that Black's pieces are better.
Black has a big space advantage, as you said, and he's got the pieces to back it up. It's not just, oh, Black has random pawns on the 5th rank. They're all pretty well defended, as you've indicated. And of course, Jan could decide to play f6, but f5 would be the ambitious approach. That knight on d7 is really the war general. It's guarding e5 and c5, and everything just seems to jibe so well among Black's ranks. I don't know what White should do, and I think neither does Jose as he falls. Now he's down 2.5 minutes on the clock. This is crazy.
Yeah, because the obvious move is knight b2. You mentioned f5.
But he's worried about f5, and maybe you have to play knight f1. Maybe this is not so bad because White doesn't really have any targets yet. But Jan, he can move his king out of the way, and then he could just start attacking. e4, f4 is already hanging in the air. Maybe not immediately, but Black could improve the position of his dark squared bishop. I wouldn't trust the eval bar here, which I know gives equality, even a tiny little something for White. I don't trust that one bit, Robert. I disagree.
For sure. And I do think that the players, when they have their visceral reaction to a position like this, they're like, Black's better. Like that's what you think of in this position.
Absolutely.
And he goes knight a3. Okay, he's attacking the pawn of b5. Look at how quickly Jan plays rook to
Jan is 9.5 minutes and he's playing instantly in a middle game.
Right, and look at it. He just takes a sip. I know what that is. You can explain to yeah, but he takes a sip of tea. What does that indicate, Danya?
Well, I have to attribute my great friend Peter Giannatos for this theory. He pointed this out first. If any player takes a drink of water during a game, that means that they're satisfied with their position. Why is that? Well, largely it's because if you're not satisfied with the position, you're not thinking about how thirsty you are and let me take a little sip of water just to slake my thirst because I'm so happy with my position. I do this for sure. I don't really eat or drink. I usually have a granola bar beside the board in over the board tournaments. You know what? That granola bar is not unwrapped until I'm at least slightly better.
Well, that's really funny. I mean, I think it does hold true. It's anecdotal to some extent, but if we did, if we did a study, if we did a real research study, went to professors just to make sure that our methodology was correct, I think it would hold up. But right now, what's holding up is Jan's lead on the clock. He is up over 4 minutes right now, and I still like his position. Look at this. Jose is retreating. He has his pieces are like
f5.
Right, they are just cramped. They're they're not even in a one bedroom. They're in a studio apartment in New York City, but with all these pieces on the board. And meanwhile, Jan is like, I'm in my mansion. All of my pieces go. But he moved too fast.
Knight takes b5. Tactic time. Tactic alert. And c4 knocks out the bishop. Jan making the same mistakes that he made against David. Knight takes b5. Turns the tables completely because, Robert, look at how Black's position falls apart. That pawn on b5 is integral to the health of Black's position, as is the bishop on d5. You can't afford to lose it. Jose has to see knight takes b5 because he's down 5 minutes on the clock.
And that move rook e8 is very confusing to me because f5 was so natural there, and your rook on f8 is well placed. f5 threatens f4. So this tactic with knight b5, which he just found, it wouldn't have worked if the pawn were on f5 because f4 would trap the bishop.
f4, because you don't care about this knight. Here you just go f4. Jan not sensing the danger, not looking for tactics, playing way too fast once again. And he may get away with it just because of his time advantage, but now he's worse. Everything changes once knight takes b5 happens. And Jan, you can just sense the disappointment. He's not... he took a sip, but it was an angry sip. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It was an angry short sip. It wasn't the satisfied, okay, let me just enjoy this tea that he was doing just one move prior.
That's true. He was not. What?
Did he go bishop takes g2? But no, then there's bleh.
Is that
rook knight on a5 is hanging, and this is not good.
There's bleh. Okay.
Right, well, that's the sound effect that accompanies that move. He plays it,
but he can play rook b7 instead of.
Oh, but queen is coming out to f3. But okay, rook b7 is absolutely forced, and I think Jose is going to quickly play queen f3 here.
Right.
And Black's position literally hangs by a thread there. Everything is all of a sudden hanging. And blah is how I would describe this.
No, I agree. But the knight on a5 does protect the rook on b7. So after queen f3, you don't have to react immediately. It's a very weird configuration of the pieces. But I'm just saying that I do have a turn to figure out what to do.
But isn't knight c4 kind of an annoying idea? I guess after white plays knight c4, then Black can move the rook away. But does that even work? Then bishop takes d7 comes into play.
Okay, but bishop f8, he wants rook e6.
Oh, knight c4, there's e4. Oh,
that would turn the tables.
That really would. That's easy to miss, isn't it?
Oh, wow.
No, Jose's the kind of guy who would go king h1 here.
I like king h1. It may be a little slow, but I think that black's next move was rook e6. Obviously, you're not going to pre-move at this stage.
Yeah, for sure.
Rook e6 is the pre-moved idea because at least you can go to f6, attack the queen. You go to g6 just to go at the king on g2. And if you can actually boot that queen off the diagonal, maybe... Wow.
I played this guy too many times.
Wow, you called it. That is a surprising move, but rook e6 quickly played. Rook g1. And
okay, but is Jan stabilizing things a little bit? Maybe get this knight to f6 and pawn on d3 is hanging. Black is still in extreme danger here. You could lose a piece in the blink of an eye.
But the straits are not so dire anymore, at least, because it feels like black is coordinating knight f6, right? There's no more pin on the a4, e8 diagonal. So knight f6, as you point out, what?
There's a chat message. Nepo plays like this, like 10-second chess, like how Danya plays. Sorry, Robert, continue, please.
Yeah, no, it's just a position where it does feel like Nepo, his biggest concerns are not completely a thing of the past, but at the moment he is bishop on f8 covers g7, no attack. The knight coming in f6 means there's no tactics with the knight on a5 being loose. So it does feel like his position is improving turn by turn, and Jose is 3 minutes and 39 seconds. That's
Nepo's doing the T word. He's doing the T word. He's thinking.
Yes.
He's thinking.
A thinking Nepo is a dangerous Nepo.
It is. Okay.
I like knight f6.
Hasn't had any T on this think yet, though. Knight f6, I agree. There's also some crazy idea with e4 and then knight e5, but I'm extremely skeptical of that.
And he does play knight to f6 at long last. And yeah, e4 is the type of move, if you feel like your position is really bad, you make that move to get activity. But I think Jan is understanding that it doesn't look great, but the knight on a5 actually is saving black's position. It covers the rook on b7. It stops any bishop b3 business to get to a good diagonal. And the b2 pawn, which you couldn't capture for a long time, I mean, that pawn is still hanging.
Yeah, I mean, it is hanging. Rook takes b2 is very much a possibility. You know, it's like that's left over from the apocalypse on the queen side. You could grab it. And, they say loose lips sink ships. Well, loose pawns sink ships too. And you don't want to let this rook get into b2 and start terrorizing you on the second rank.
For sure. So what does
white do?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing because the rook is hanging.
This is hanging. All of a sudden, it's almost like there's been a shift of who is experiencing the more loose pieces.
Yeah, the rook on g1, it doesn't actually attack anything. The bishop is tucked at home on f8, protecting c5, protecting g7. So where to next? And Jose down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds. I mean, this is not the time situation you want if you're playing Jan Nepomniachtchi, especially because the position is very complicated.
Yeah, I mean, knight e4 makes sense, but yeah, knight takes e4 and rook takes b2. And how exactly does white proceed? Nepo back to playing fast.
Did you see his face, by the way? He was shocked by that move.
I mean, I'm not so much shocked. I understand why, he wants to open the d file, but why can't you just take the pawn on b2?
You could also play knight c4 if you don't want the pawn immediately, but still put more pressure on it.
That's a Nepo type move, knight c4. He likes active pieces.
He does, for sure. And rook d1, as you're pointing out, it threatens the queen, but that queen has a long diagonal to work with or can move along the back rank. So,
and can black fall asleep on the king side? No, there we go. I'm on a roll this game. But this bishop on f8, I mentioned it a long time ago. It's guarding everything. I think I mentioned it in a different game, but it's the same type of bishop. It's defending g7. It's defending e3. And you could take that bishop on e3 and posing a very unenviable ultimatum for white.
That was Nepo face number 18. I mean, look at him. He's just like, what is going on here? Like the last bunch of moves just gave him the upper hand. He is still well ahead in the clock. Now he's not down any material. It's opposite colored bishops. And look at that pawn on e3 and e4. Look at the pawn on b2. All of these pawns are targets and just bad for white.
It's ugly. The opposite colored bishops, though.
If that bishop gets the a2, f7 diagonal, then white suddenly will have some play. So if you could put the bishop on c4 right now and then put your pawn on b3, or put your bishop on d5, something like that, then white would have some chances. But right now, white's clearly worse.
Yeah, and I mean, rook a d1, for the time being, everything is relatively well protected. And I agree. Nepo cannot fall asleep on this maneuver. The moment the bishop appears on d5, probably I wouldn't prefer white, but I might even think about it.
I would prefer white.
Yeah, no, I agree. That it shows how one
piece placement changes everything. So yes, the pawn structure is terrible, but Nepo, he can't be sloppy here. He needs to be very, very disciplined. Can he go queen h4 in this position? Attack e4? Maybe. It's tempting. He plays it.
Okay, and rook d6, queen e4, queen g2. We just trade queens. So,
and if you go bishop c2, you drop the pawn on b2. How does white defend this pawn?
I think you might give up the e4 pawn, trade queens, and say, I can make a draw, but it's not easy. It's opposite colored bishops, sure, but you're down a pawn, and then black can play that on forever.
Absolutely. And with 1 minute and 40 seconds, he's down 4 minutes still. This is looking increasingly like a disaster for Jose.
At least his bishop will get to d5 in those variations. Yeah,
that's true. So rook d6, queen e4, trade of queens. And yes, he reaches the finish line with his bishop, but it's not quite the same, but definitely good drawing chances here for white. I wouldn't count him out in this endgame.
But great winning chances for black as well. It's one of those situations where I would say it's like 60-40. I would maybe even higher for the win because of the time. I mean, look, Jose's down to a minute.
It's not getting any better. He's down to a minute. Now rook g6. And how does white keep both of these defended at the same time? I guess queen c2 is the point.
Okay.
Rook g6, queen c2.
There's almost rook takes b2, but of course
it almost works, yeah. But then rook g2 in the end.
So where's he? He's thinking. So there might be a better square for the rook g6, like the move you play if you have 1 second left, and he plays it right now.
Right.
He might play rook b6.
b6.
Yeah.
Forcing b3, and then that bishop is going to be stranded on a4. You're basically disallowing any bishop c2 related moves. Yeah, just play it slowly. Rook b6, then you know what? Maybe just go g6, bishop h6, start improving her position. White's kind of paralyzed here. Jan, though, going more concrete approach, queen h3, hitting e3 and threatening queen f3 check, which is a huge threat.
Right, and actually after rook g6, just h takes g6, you solve your back rank problem, and you're immediately threatening e3 and the check on f3, as you mentioned. So I can't complain about that decision.
Queen e2, I mean, for the time being, white is holding on. Maybe black can even consider at some point c4, bishop c5.
Oh, that's really nice, actually. That's real. c4 is a really nice move.
I would play it. I would get that bishop out of the way. And here's another problem. If white goes bishop c6, whoop, rook takes b2, and don't forget about this tactic. White just has so much to keep track of. And with 53 seconds, it's so hard not to blunder here. Like, I would play bishop c6 here in an instant and forget about rook takes b2. Maybe Jocelyn will too.
And rook d8, there's still rook takes b2 because queen f1 checkmate.
Oh my goodness. No, you didn't.
Right? Like you're just totally stuck in place with white's pieces and you're the one whose king is unsafe and your pawns are weak. No.
Oh God, rook e1. That's not a good sign. The wall's beginning to close in here and queen back to h4. But wait, now there's bishop c6. But again, there's rook takes b2. Look at Nepo. He finds this stuff instantly. But here's the amazing thing. I would probably do this anyway. Park the bishop on d5 and go after black's f7 pawn. We know that in opposite colored bishop endgames, even 2 extra pawns might not be enough. Jocelyn needs to go bishop c6 there. I think that's critical. He does, and he's got chances.
It's a great practical try. He's going to be down 2 pawns of queen takes c3, but bishop d5, as you mentioned, hits c4, hits f7, and then if the queens come off, that is likely going to be a draw.
But bishop d5, bishop c5 might result in checkmate.
Uh-oh. So keep it queen f2 first?
Yeah, I think he had to. Now bishop c5 should win the game.
Yeah, there's no way to get to f7 in time. You have queen b8 check, king goes to h7, you take on f7. You'll lose your bishop, queen f2 check at the very least, or you probably just get checkmated.
There's just too many checks, too many patterns. The king is wide open. It's exposed, and you can't defend all the squares with your king. Last effort by Jocelyn. He's probably going to take that pawn on e5.
Okay.
Queen f2, queen f1, and goodbye. But where is it? Queen f1, king g4.
On of queen g2, you have queen g3. Oh, but
queen f3. Queen f3 and bishop f2 ends the game.
Yeah, this is also queen g2, queen h2. You win the queen.
Uh-oh. Yep. Well done by Nepo. That was amazing. After that blunder, a different Nepo emerged.
It's true.
And he's still not that satisfied, but he pulls it off and he gets into the final and he holds himself to a very high standard. He's not going to be happy with knight takes b5, but his brand of playing, his style, it works. It does the trick for all its downsides. He gets it done.
It certainly does the trick, but now he's going to face his toughest opponent. His last 2 opponents, fantastic players, but Anish Giri is an elite player in the world. So I think that playing too quickly against Anish Giri, that can backfire in ways that we haven't seen thus far. far. So we have our final set. We have Anish Giri, we have Jan Nepomuchy, we have an epic finale in store for you all. You will not want to miss a single moment of it. We'll be right back very shortly with more from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And do not forget about another amazing event, or should I say events, on chess.com, because every Tuesday it's 2 times the fun and more than triple the prize fund that has been in the past. It is Title Tuesday. Every single Tuesday. Event 1 begins at 8 a.m. Pacific. Event 2 at 2 p.m. Pacific, giving more people around the globe an opportunity to compete. So we enjoy those events week after week. But right now, there's nothing we enjoy more than Rapid Chess Championship Sunday here on chess.com. This is presented by Coinbase, and it has been an absolute pleasure, Danya. We have 1 match remaining. It's Anish Giri against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
It's the RCC Super Bowl, and if this is anything like the matches and games that we have seen so far, we are in for an epic finale, an epic showdown. Anish has been nothing short of amazing, pulling out some unbelievably dangerous positions 2 matches in a row. And for Jan, once again, I said it before his match with Jasmine, I think you hit the nail right on the head, Robert. If Jan does something overly sloppy, Anish is going to punish him, and he's not letting him get away with it. This is world class. And Anish, with the confidence that he's displaying, Jan just has to find a way to play in a cleaner way.
Yeah, and the speed at which Jan is playing, it's as if he's playing bullet, and he'll need a silver bullet to take down Anish Giri, because Anish has survived the craziest of crazy positions. He was down a queen because Kovalyev promoted, and then he delivered a checkmate. I hope XQC can give us a good name for that checkmate. You don't see that kind of mate very often. And then in the next match against Fabiano Caruana, his king was in danger. He was able to not just survive, but advance. Jim Valvano, may you RIP, be impressed with that one. So what a match it has been.
All right.
The series side of the bracket. Now we're finally in the last matchup between him and Jan Nepomniachtchi. We have a Ray Lopez.
Seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, seatbelts. And Giri, he's not lifted off just yet. He's trying to make a decision between Ray Lopez and Italian. Or will he see a Ponziani or a Scotch? Okay, now this is getting a little concerning, Robert. This is 30 seconds now that he spent on the 3rd move.
You know what just happened?
Finally.
He thought that Jan was going to play the Petrov. So then Jan plays knight c6. And he's like, wait, I guess I have to deal with this.
I didn't plan for this unconventional line. And Jan repeating what he played against Jose. Will Anish go for the main line, though?
It's a big question, right? Because there are many options, as you were discussing in the previous game. Here he plays d3. It's kind of like an anti-Berlin type of position where black doesn't get to take on e4 and open up the position. It's closed. And a3. This is a big difference, right, Danya? Because knight a5, the bishop slides back to a2. And then when you play bishop g5 and all the stuff, you're actually going for the d5 square.
And this line was all the rage about 4 or 5 years ago. It's toned down just a little bit, but nobody refuted it. And Jan playing one of the most reputable systems against it, knight a5 and bishop b6. Point of knight a5 is that very often you want to push your pawn to c5, expanding on the queen side. And normally here, I think white plays the move b4, chasing that knight away, where sometimes the knight goes back to b7, sometimes it goes back to c6, and generally black takes on a2 first. Yes, knight c6 and now c4. They're following a very, very topical line. I've seen several Super GM games with this.
Yes, Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachiligov, they've duked it out in this position. C6.
Anybody good, though, to play this?
Nice
Can you
one.
actually name some
How
famous
dare you
players?
talk about my doppelganger like that? That's insulting,
Right.
okay? Leave Magnus alone. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, the knight comes into d4, and it looks like white can just take that knight and give black double pawns. But I think this is where we can go wrong, because knight d4, e4, knight e2, then black takes on c4, the e4 pawn will be loose. So you can't just go ahead and say, I'm going to hurt black's pawn structure. You need to watch out for yours as well.
And again, this is what creates tension, right? You have a knight on d4, knight on f3. Neither side wants to trade on the opposing side's terms. So black wants to say, hey, you take my pawn so I can take back and take on c4. White wants to say, no, you take my knight so that I can take back with the queen, get my queen active, and get this pest off of d4. Now, it's not out of the question that black plays c5 in one of these positions, but of course, that comes with tremendous risk as it weakens the c5 square. So this move is not necessary for black just yet. And the situation is percolating, Robert. They're getting their pieces in position. Something might open up. This is giving me Giri Kovalyev vibes from round 1, this type of situation with a lot of tension on the board. And here we go.
a5. He decides to
strap in.
But Danya, you made a point of the d5 square. If CB5, we just get a pawn trade. But if that bishop can quickly go to g5 and take the knight on f6, it's not that objectively the position is that amazing. But from a practical standpoint, especially in quicker time controls, when white gets a knight to d5, an outpost the bishop on the dark squares can't compete with, that starts to be worrisome.
And here's another thing. If you play CB, I think now I can take on D4 and go to A2. There's no more B takes C4. So now black just saddled with the weakness. And so for Jan, I would very seriously consider playing A takes B4, A takes B4, and taking on B5 with the knight. Now, of course, Anish could, in the intermediate, play take C6, and now knight takes C6. And Robert, we might just see a massive bailout in the draw, because let's not forget, the central pawn structure is symmetrical, and they're going down this exact line. There might be a draw for sometime soon. Maybe white is a tiny bit better after bishop G5, but nothing significant here.
And there's bishop G5, and Jan, he took a little drink there. He was saying, I'm fine with my position,
happy.
but there is the D5 square. So when white takes on F6, black takes back. Imagine if we could quickly bring the knight F3 to D5. So we're just swapping knights there. It's that outpost that we've talked about, and then black is going to be worse. So that's the one thing you really want to avoid. It's why Jan Nepomniachtchi is taking time right now. We see the evaluation bar. Oh, it's totally fine for black. But there are some issues that need to be solved, and that's why he's thinking at this moment. And Anish Giri is the first person, I believe, to be up on the clock against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Right. He has achieved the unachievable. 21 moves in, and he's up 30 seconds, playing confidently. This is an Anish type of position, right? He's got some pressure. This is annoying. And Jan doing a great job here. He senses, I need to play accurately here. He goes H6, forcing white's hand. I think Anish is going to take on F6 here. Although after takes, he's going to have to reckon with the possibility that black is the one who pushes D5 and perhaps even eradicates the weakness of the D5 square.
It's true, but if he plays bishop H4, he may have to deal with G5, and this bishop goes to G3, and that's not always where you want your bishop. If he can blast that center open and play D4 himself, the bishop on G3 is good. That's why he decides to take on the F6 square and done. And don't count out the move knight D5, even if you get a pawn going to D5, because it clears the E4 square. I wouldn't do that now. He doesn't. Of course, it's wiser to do what he's doing. But the point is that sometimes, as long as you can secure the light squares, then you would like to have the knight against the bishop, but it's not that easy to accomplish.
And can white play D4 here? Yes, Anish just did. And this could get a little bit iffy. Now, generally in open positions, the bishop is the one that benefits, right? And I'm not saying black's bishop is bad here. It's not. It can go to G5, it can go to F6, but this pawn on D6 is making me just a little bit nervous, combined with the possibility of white getting this knight to knight F5, of course, the traditional best square for the knight in Rai Lopez positions. So care has to be exercised here by black.
Yeah, and maybe you take on D4 and put your bishop on F6 or something like that. So at least you can try to trade some pieces, but you're right. It seems like white's pieces are jumping forward and black is just having to deal with those initial threats. So I do feel like Jan is playing this well. He should be confident in his position.
Yeah.
And I think you have to take on D4. You could make him like queen E6 or something like that, but it just feels
I don't know. That gives off the wrong vibes. Yeah. I think after ED knight D4, black is fine. What makes the position fine is that even if the worst thing happens and black somehow loses D6, most of these endgames with a 3-on-4, given how well the rooks are placed, are honestly not the end of the world. Not saying that Jan is going to deliberately give that pawn away. Right. You can also play bishop G5 first in order to induce the move F4. Now you might say, well, isn't this good for white? Well, think about it. F4 creates a weakness on this diagonal, and in this position, black will be threatening queen A7. That's a Jan type of decision. Oh, and as I say that, he plays it.
He makes it, and if, as you said, after F4, the bishop goes to F6, and where else can this queen go, right? You go to queen D1, and then you can just say, all right, I'll keep everything together, but after queen D1, you lose sight of the knight on C3, so black can aim for the C file of the queen. Actually, I don't know where queen goes.
C7, C8. Giri does play queen E2, worried about playing F6, and now here comes the bishop back to F6. You have to defend this knight. Now, these knights are quite loose, and I know this sounds crazy, but really all three results are possible. This is a very high tension situation. Jan can probably bail out if he wants to by taking the knight and then dropping his knight back to C6, forcing further trades. And then white will be symbolically better due to this pawn, but that pawn will be essentially unattackable in the ensuing position.
Yeah, you're not going to get to it. And as you said, if, say, you have to trade some pieces just to win it, rook and 4 versus rook and 3 on the same side of the board, if we can envision that. Just the pawns remaining from the E through H file, and there's a rook for each side. That's a known theoretical draw. So that's good for players to know. We saw Dubov do this in the Grand Prix, where he gave up his knight for a pawn, so he played rook against rook and bishop because he knew the way to make a draw. So sometimes players, they rely on the bailout. And here the pawn on D6 is not great, but it is hard to pile up pressure on it. You're right.
Particularly because, this knight is also quite loose, and it's a catch-22. You want to put your knight on D5, but then you block your access to the D pawn, so you can't have your cake and eat it too.
if you keep your knight on c3, you're going to have to constantly worry about ideas like rook b3. Black's knight, on the other hand, can be stationed on e5. And if I'm Anish, I'm not really thinking about f4. I feel like that's a little bit too weakening. Knight e7, another excellent move, slowly but surely preparing in some positions d6 to d5. I think we're going to see a draw offer here very shortly. Although Jan just offered a draw and Anish declined it.
That's really surprising.
This is a draw. It's a pretty dead draw.
And Jan has that look of like, really, bro? Like you're gonna decline my draw here?
I mean, it's I don't know for Roberts. I mean, a little bit absurd, yeah, that Manish, but I mean, typically you share your Roberts. Okay.
It's amazing to me that you default to Kasparov, but then you corrected yourself and went to Nepo in your
right. Well, my default is always Kasparov. That's my strongest impression. Okay. Nepo has that same intonation. Rook has come to b3.
I have to say though, Danya, if your default is Kasparov, that's it's good to start with Gary the Goat, Oh,
it absolutely is. And this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, liquidation.
Queen takes e4, knight e7, queen e7.
Queen d6.
And Giri, okay, Jan is thinking. What is he thinking about?
He's thinking about what he's going to play with the white pieces in the
next game. He's using this time to prepare for the next game. That is pretty darn smart. You know what's a funny line? For a second, I thought queen takes h6 is possible, but obviously black can just take the knight on d5. He doesn't have to take the queen.
Yeah, going for tactics. Oh, Anish
Yuri offered a draw. Jan declined it. Now Jan offered one. No, you. No, you.
Draw is agreed. It is a completely level endgame. Rook and3 versus rook and 3. So the game has concluded, but we still have more. And I know it's the Rapid Chess Championship, but we're about to get into the Blitz time control because the format is such that the higher seed, the player who did better in the Swiss tournament, that's on the Saturdays, gets to have the white pieces in the longest time control game where it's a bigger advantage. But as we go forward here, we're about to see that Jan Nepomniachtchi gets white in the 3-minute plus 2-second increment game. And Danya.
Jan with the white pieces.
I have to imagine Jan's the favorite.
Yeah, I really think Jan's one of those guys who plays, full steam ahead with white. He has an incredibly tricky repertoire. He has a lot of openings that he plays, usually only in blitz. He plays the center game. Sometimes he's got a lot of analysis in a lot of these really exciting sidelines, which he really brings to life. So for Anish, he's got to buckle in. He's got to be very careful. And I think getting out of the opening in a reasonable and solid position is going to be absolutely critical for Giri.
True. And Anish, he is as prepared as they get. And he has been doing well on the clock. Throughout this entire event, it seems like he's playing at a great pace. But Jan Nepomniachtchi is like as speedy as they get. So it's not going to be an easy task for him as we get to this 3+2 game.
Absolutely not. This is so exciting. There's a lot of money on the line too. Let's not forget that. Quite a bit. Let's remind everybody of how much money exactly is on the line. It's 7,500 for first place and 3,500 for second. Oh my lands, that's $4,000. But the game has begun. We have a Najdorf on the board. Here we go.
And this is a great decision for both players because Anish Giri, we know he loves his Najdorf. He's making courses about it, tweeting about it. Hopefully he's changed his Twitter password. I'm sure he has. But either way, he loves himself a good Najdorf. And it suits Jan's style. But Danya, it's a bit closed right now. We often associate Jan with the crazy attacking lines. But here he's going for a more solid positional line.
Paying homage to his Russian ancestors. This is I know a lot of Russian GMs who like the bishop e2 line. This is, of course, considered a lot quieter. Now, is the position quiet per se? No. And as evidenced by the fact that black could have sacked that exchange on c3 and taken on e4, but Anish refraining from that, I think he might be going for this typical plan of getting the queen to c6, putting the rook on d8, and ultimately trying to prepare d5. No, he goes rook f e8. Okay.
And one issue, Danya, is that if queen c6 happens, the bishop can go to f3, and it's like you're not getting d5. You're never getting that move. But how does white make progress? Are we saying what black is trying to do and can't do? So how does white press forward from here?
Ideally, white wants to reposition. Queen c6 and d5. You definitely don't want to let black play d5 that easily.
You can't stop it.
Queen c6. In fact, you kind of have to defend this pawn because knight takes c4 is no joke. No, black is better here. Yeah. This bishop f1 is very bad. And, not very bad, but a pretty serious inaccuracy, Robert. And that's why in this line,
in modern times, most people decide to put their bishop on f3 precisely for that reason. Anish doesn't play it. I think that was a big missed opportunity. The author of the Knight, of course, missing this idea. Okay.
I'm not sure if it was
Knight f8 is fine.
but I'm not sure if he was trusting Jan there. Like, oh, Jan couldn't make any kind of huge blunt. But look at Jan's position.
Queen c6 and d5.
Yeah, no, Jan's
c6
pieces
and d5.
The rook on c1 is a passive defensive piece. The rook on c8, queen on c7, active pieces. Queen c6, d5.
There it is.
Bishop on e7. If that gets to b4, you're crushed as white. So, I mean, f3, d5, you have to take, and then the center's opening up, and that's good for black.
And here's the thing: that knight on f8 now has a beautiful parking spot on e6. Look at all these weak dark squares in the center. The rook coming to d8. This is highly concerning for Nepo, and I don't think Anish needs to be told twice. I think he's going d5. He's probably
wow.
This is shocking to me. And Yanni, look at him. Look at how quickly he played rook d1. He's like, you don't want it, you can't do it. And now look, knight c1, knight c3, and knight b4. And I think white's no longer worse.
No, I mean,
there are a lot of very, very strange decisions being made in this game so far.
And maybe there's some nerves, right? There is a lot at stake. You mentioned the prize fund, a $4,000 difference between first and second. And then also the Grand Prix points. You know, this is a long season, but Bishop H4 inducing a potential weakness with G3. But at the same time, there's no knight F4 jumps, nothing like that. But in H4 to stop knight, you have F5, rook F8, there it comes. But I think he should have started with F5.
And here's the thing, black's position is quite flimsy now. White has access to the d5 square. Jan could reposition his queen to d2 in order to hit Anish where it hurts on the d6 pawn. Although bishop e7 is a pretty reliable way to defend, still, white could put the knight on d5, and white could start to think even about sacrificing the c2 pawn in some cases.
That's true, but I'm also thinking of playing f5 as black, right? I'm just trying to open up the board. And I do know that at some point I have to look out for h5 because my knight, it might need to go to h8, right? Bishop e7, h5, the knight has to go back to h8, and that's not a great place to be. At the same time, white has extended the pawns very far, which could make them vulnerable.
I don't like it. Yeah, exactly. And the other reason I don't like h5 is because it weakens the g5 square. The last thing you want to do is let this tiger out of its cage. Once it reaches g5, it's going to wreak some havoc. Bishop comes to c7. I'm going knight d5. Jan is in control of this game, completely in control of this game. Giri missed the opportunity to go d5, and he is paying for it in a big way, Robert.
And there's no queen takes c2 here because it looks like a pawn may be hanging, but if you take on c2, rook d2 happens, and then we'll swap queens. a6 will be hanging at the end of that and outside pass pawn. So he takes on d5.
And a terrible endgame. Two bishops, control of d5, queenside control. There's a typical idea of going rook a4, rook b4 in these positions, Robert. If black loses that b7 pawn, just like in Kovalyev's blitz game against Giri, you have the situation on the queen side, and here comes the rook.
Yes, and rook
God, rook b4. You can't even defend the pawn without giving up
d6. Rook d6 is possible.
Total collapse here from Mr. Giri, and he's down a minute on the clock on top of everything else.
And
bishop I don't like it now. Rook d7.
Okay, like bishop h3.
Bishop h3, but then knight c6, and you create the e7 square for your rook, and Anish has to see that.
That is just barely holding on.
And that's how it all starts, though, doesn't it, Robert?
Rook
c6. No, he didn't play it. Sorry. He played rook c6, bishop f2.
And now if rook c7, is he going to take on d6 the second time?
I think he doesn't want to allow rook takes c2, though.
I understand that. It makes sense to avoid it. But he's...
No. He's not repeating moves.
I would have been shocked if he just made a draw by repetition there. I mean, white just controls the whole board.
But here's the thing. Try this on for size. What if black goes rook fc8? Once the bishop moves away from e3, I'm telling the rook on c6, stay there and defend d6. I'm telling the other rook, go on to c7 and defend b7. How exactly is white going to break through? But 30 seconds for Anish. He might lose this game simply because of the clock.
Yeah, and it's something really important that if rook c8, bishop h3, there's rook takes c4. You don't just have to move your rook because under attack. Otherwise, bishop f2 back now. Rook c7. And where's c5?
Get through. Boom.
Oh, bishop a6 is a threat. That's a huge threat as well.
Knight takes c5. He's blasting through the position. Black is way too passive to hold on here. Anish is going to lose this game. Look at how passive black is. This pawn is falling. This pawn is falling. It's an apocalypse. Black loses everything.
And Jan, he knows. He just moves quickly. A6 is falling.
Smells blood. And Anish, he missed his chances this game. He had to go d5. He would have been in control completely. I'm going to be honest, Robert. I'm shocked that he didn't go d5. And nerves, like you said, played a big role. I'm sure of it.
And look at Jan. He slows down in certain moments.
Beautiful move, rook c4.
He's already winning. He's like, let's give him no chances. Rook c4 forces the trade. Bishop takes back on c4 if that were to happen, and then the pawn pushes up to a6. So look at this. He frees everything. Here comes a6.
A6.
And
yeah, and all that remains is a couple finishing touches. Get the rook to d6. Giri might simply resign here.
Yes. So, okay, bishop d5 or something.
Bishop f7 is possible. King f7 to rook c6.
Oh, that's
and then refork the rook. That's a Jan. Jan is actually someone who would see that. You know, he sees these kinds of tactics.
That's so nasty.
He sees these kinds of tactics.
I think he's thinking about it.
I think he is. I mean, I might as well, you know. And b4.
Yeah,
runs the pawn up the board. Man, isn't it great to have connected passers?
It's not bad. I've heard of worse things in life.
This is a rook f6 is winning, for instance.
Right, because you're trying to say knight takes a5, king takes d6. Even there, b6 and just push your pawns, but at least that gives black some small hope of surviving. But yeah, not much.
Yeah, no, b6, a7, b7, goodbye. He's blasted through the gates and the pawns are unstoppable. The game is over. Mr. Nepo, a7 and b7.
b7 and a8 equals queen. Unless you go knight b6, then b8 equals queen. And that is the end of the first Rapid Chess Championship week. Oh my goodness. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he secures the bag, as they say, and he also secured the 10 Grand Prix points. He is the winner of our first Rapid Chess Championship week here. I mean, what an event by Jan.
Incredible. And he had to survive a lot of scares. I mean, even in that first match against David Paravian, that blitz game, it was close. He pulls it through, and it's a combination of verve. It's a combination of good time management. He was sloppy at times, but you know, he always recovered. He blundered against Jospin, boom, recovers, puts pressure, and Jan's unique set of skills, that ability to be so practical, to put pressure at the right moments, Robert, it shines through match after match. A worthy winner of the RCC's inaugural week.
He certainly is. And we're going to hear from the man himself. So we're going to go on a quick break. When we return, we'll bring Jan Nepomniachtchi on set here, and we'll interview him, hear his thoughts about what was a great opening weekend for the Russian star. So we'll be right back, everybody, for more from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And we have a winner. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi. And we have Jan here in the studio for an interview. Jan, congratulations. You survived. You did it. Can you walk us through your experiences from the first week of the Rapid Chess Championship? In particular, could you tell us a little bit what it's like to play with a 10-minute time control? Did that take some time to get used to? And how was your experience on Saturday and today?
Thank you, Daniel, and good evening here in Moscow, everyone. Experience is okay. So far, so good. So I shouldn't be the person who whines a lot right now, since I made it, to first place in the end. But yeah, the format is quite fun. Besides, I played really poorly, especially yesterday. But sometimes you just gotta be lucky, and that's enough.
Well, you play extremely quickly. Every single game, for the most part, you had an advantage. Is that part of your game plan every time, or is it just how you play chess, where you're just trying to be as quick and, of course, make the good moves as well?
Well, if you can make good moves, it doesn't matter if you think a lot or if you play quickly. So the problem is when you play like me, so there are no good moves at all. That's another issue, but then at least you try to make it quickly, and it's kind of good. It's good when you play some arena tournaments, so at least you lose quickly and you start a new game sooner.
Jan, we saw you laughing with together with David after Anish checkmated Kovalev in the first round. What was your reaction? Have you ever seen anything like that kind of mating construction?
Yes, I have seen it tonight. Also, okay. The big question was previously what actually happened to Rapport Nakamura game. That also we had a quick chat with David and discussed it, and this was perhaps even more puzzling than how would you technically lose such a position with white? But I think it was a very, very poor luck for Vladislav, who played great overall.
Yeah, he certainly did. And I mean, you, of course, went through the other side of the bracket. You beat David, and then you also beat Jose. Those players may not be as highly rated, not over 2,700 classical chess, but what can you say about them as opponents? Because they gave you all you could handle, and of course you came on top, but they're really tough competitors.
I think David had a very nice chances in the first game, though he was in time trouble. So, perhaps I gambled a little and I almost lost. But fortunately, everything ended all right for me. So, but I mean, he's a well-known theoretician and a very, very nice player, especially I would say in classical chess, but also as well as we see some internet blitz and rapid controls. And speaking about Jose, I only played blitz against him, and I think that's already he proved himself as a pretty strong player since he qualified and to the top 8, and he made it to the semis. But perhaps the game against me, he won't be too proud of it. But I believe even despite he was worse for most of the game, he had nice drawing chances if he wouldn't allow me bishop c5 or something. So queen f2 and then opposite color bishop, so very, very nice chances to get away with half a point. But tough luck.
Well, that makes sense, Jan. I have one more question for you. Do you have anything planned on your tournament calendar for the next 2 months? Anything that you can reveal?
Well, a lot of online stuff, I guess. So surely some weekends will be dedicated to to playing this rapid on chess.com. But I think also probably the next week it starts. This Air Things Masters or something. Also is going to play there. But besides online chess, there is not so much. There are not so many tournaments you can participate, and probably I could sacrifice my candidate spot to play in the Grand Prix, but this would be a little bit too gambling.
Well, I have one last question as well. I mean, when you play over the board chess, you're often playing against the same opponents. Is there something nice when you play online in an event like this where you get to play new faces and new oppositions, so it's kind of a different experience?
I believe it's more or less the same, but I mean, it's easier to to pour some tea, yeah. So it's not take you. You shouldn't go anywhere. You can do it, right here at your computer.
Yeah. Well,
that makes sense.
Yeah, well, thank you, Jan, so much for joining us, and congratulations again. You're the winner of the opening weekend. You get a nice payday, and you're leading the Grand Prix standings. So we'll look forward to seeing more from you.
Well, that's some good news. Thank you.
Great matches, Jan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that was Jan Nepomniachtchi, the winner of the opening weekend of the Rapid Chess Championship. He deserved it. He really played some great chess. He was always, as top players are, critical of his own play, but we were mighty impressed.
We were, and he had so many amazing recoveries. I mean, his game against Jospin, he blunders in the early middle game, recovers beautifully. It seemed like he had his back against the wall, even his first match against David Perevin. And that's honestly why the RCC is magical. Even the first match, first of all, Jan was technically the number 7 seed. So I said it before the tournament, I'm going to say it again. Everybody is capable of winning a week of the RCC. And just because the top seed by rating happened to win it doesn't mean anything, because you could have made a case essentially for anyone. Jospin's going to be kicking himself. And if only there were a couple more weeks of the RCC for him to make a recovery.
Oh yeah. He has a few of those, because the RCC, the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, it takes place every single weekend. The Swiss part is on Saturday. The knockout is on Sunday. So next weekend, I don't know. Do you have any plans, Danya?
Not particularly. So maybe I'll put in an appearance. I'll definitely put in an appearance in a lot of these. And, it's so fun to have the option to play and to commentate. It really is an honor.
For sure. Well, we're not actually going to leave you behind. We're going to take a short break so we can set up for our rapid recap. That way we can review the critical game of the day, provide some insights, and that way you can learn a little bit as well. So we'll be right back for the rapid recap of this Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Week 1 is in the books, and we're not done yet. It is time for your Coinbase Rapid Recap. And Robert, no real doubt about the game that we wanted to show today. It is this final battle, the epic showdown between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri, who somehow made it through to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, Anish Giri was lucky just to get through the first round, and Jan Nepomniachtchi was lucky to get here today at all, because
Exactly.
in that final game, he needed to win. He did defeat Arjun Nargesi, but he left no doubt today. He was speedy, he was playing well, and in this game, it started as a Sicilian, and it was actually a bit shocking to us that it wasn't a sharper Sicilian line.
It started off plenty sharp. We were expecting Bishop G5, maybe Bishop B3, one of typical. Nepo had played Rook G1 yesterday, one of the sharpest moves in the position, but here, taking the quieter approach, playing what is arguably the quietest move in the position, Bishop E2, a very old school line championed by none other than Anatoly Karpov. So very Russian, but not very Nepo-like. And for a while, they followed the main line with this E5 system, which has become much more popular than the Scheveningen structure with E6.
That's right, because you allow your bishop to come to e6, you get a little more space for your pieces, but you give up the d5 square. And that's honestly what the game's centered around, right? The rook went to e1, the knight came to d7. White started pushing forward on the queen side, making sure that black wasn't going to play b5. But Danya, we got to this point where the black queen goes to c7 on move 12. And then it feels like white was a bit frozen and started to misplay a bit.
It did. Black has a lot of ways to improve the position. Rook f8. He can get his knight Rai Lopez style to g6. White, on the other hand, yeah, he's got control over d5, but you can't really get the b3 knight over to d5. And as you said, Jan starts stumbling. First, he plays h3, and now he plays a move that looks good. Bishop f1, yeah, he's sort of increasing his control over e4. But Robert, it just seemed like Jan completely missed a very important idea that could have allowed Anish to get a big advantage. And Anish had this chance here, and he had it on the next move.
That's right, because knight f8, it's not the right move, but he was able to find it the second time, because after rook e to c1, queen c6, you're threatening knight takes e4, free pawn. And we thought that after f3, he would surely play d5. That's automatic. The whole point in the knight off. If you could play d5 successfully, you should be better from the black side. It opens up the entire state of the board for your pieces, and yet he decided to refrain from it. I'm not sure what he saw, Danya, in the line you're showing.
Absolutely not. White can play c4, but that doesn't really do anything. It just creates more weaknesses. Look at how nice black's position is. Every piece in an ideal square. The queen, the rook coming to d8. Black is better, no doubt about it. But Anish, instead of this, playing after f3, the move knight g6, Robert, not going d5 at all. We were shocked by this. Yeah, he improves the position of his knight, but why not d5? And Jan immediately going rook d1, saying, hey, Anish, thank you very much. Guess what? You're not getting another chance. I'm never letting you play d5 again. And the d5 square is what ultimately ends up killing him.
That's right. And he recognized his mistake. That's what top players do. Even when that rook went to c1, he said, all right, I see black's plan. Let's stop that. So after the rook came to d1, black did a smart thing. The knight h7, trying to bring the bishop along the dark squares. But Jan responded well in kind. He brought his queen over to the f2 square. And after bishop h4, he played g3. He then played h4 and expanded. And all of a sudden, Danya, I think this was maybe one of the last chances that black had for active play, had he tried for a move like f5 after the move h4 was played.
Yeah, Anish had to get things going on the king side. Is his position great? No, it's not anymore. But the way that Anish played, he just played too slowly. Rook f8. Now Jan immediately getting the queen back to b2, hitting him where it hurts. And it's a double whammy because number one, the d6 pawn is incredibly weak. And as so often happens, look at that d5 square. Not only did Anish miss an opportunity to play d5, but now this is the game-winning square for white. This knight is an absolute monster. Anish eliminates it, but after queen takes d5, from a positional standpoint, the game is already over. Just look at how passive black is. Look at these light squares. And most importantly, Robert, these pawns on b7 and a6, they're frozen in place by the pawn on a5, and it's only a matter of time before white picks them off with his rooks and minor pieces.
That's right. And if black thinks that there's a free pawn hanging on c2, think again, because white plays rook d2, forcing the queen right back from where it came to c6. And after you swap queens on c6, white scoops up the a6 pawn, and guess what? There's an outside pass pawn with a rook behind it, and that's just going to be a devastating endgame where white's going to easily win.
Yeah, it is. And that's basically game. So what happened is Anish basically decides to trade queens. There's nothing else to do. You can't move the queen either because you lose b7. So you have to trade queens. After knight f6, the rook drops back to d2, and the game-winning moment, Robert, after bishop b8. It may seem like black is still a little bit stalled. You know, everything seems to be well defended, but boom goes the dynamite. and in comes the second rook.
And that was your idea. You were calling for that during the game. Rook A4. After the knight came back to E7 towards the queen side, the rook went to B4. And after a little bit of dancing here, rook takes D6 was possible the first time, but that wasn't played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He didn't want to allow rook takes C2 any activity from Black's perspective. So instead, he decides to play bishop to B6, bishop back to F2. And while we were concerned he might repeat, no. He pushes his pawn to C4. And ultimately, Danya, his pawn push helped him win the game very quickly.
Yeah, first he goes C4, Anish going back with his knight, bishop F2, attacking B7, and Anish has to drop back even further to defend it, and bam, here goes C5, blasting open the position. Nothing Anish can do other than passively acquiesce, and here the game is simply over. These pawns are lost. Black does not have the defensive firepower, nor the horsepower, because the knights are nowhere near defending these pawns. Anish loses one pawn, and then shortly thereafter, boom, he loses the other one. And these double passers, of course, are going to decide the game. The rest of Anish's resistance was essentially symbolic, and Jan's time management was just divine this game. 2 minutes to 12 seconds at this point as well.
Yeah, and rook c4 was a classy finishing touch to this one, because already with the bishop threatened on a6, if the bishop retreats, the knight's a little bit loose on b7, the rook on b4 is a bit awkwardly placed. Rook c4 forces an exchange of rooks and allows white to then push those pawns on the queen side. So after rook c4, rook c6, bishop b5, another nice move, forcing the trade again on c4, and then the pawns were free to roam forward.
Boom, a6, anchoring the knight. Now you don't have to worry about the knight. All Nepo has to figure out is how to get the second pawn in motion, and that he does by chasing away Black's knight. Rook c8 and b4 anyway. If you take the pawn, you allow a7 followed by rook d8 check. One of the pawns promotes. That's a great thing about having connected passers. You just need only one of them to promote. b5 and one final finishing touch. Knight a5, a little bit of a creative defense. Looks like you can't take because you dropped the exchange, but yes, you can take because the pawns are obviously completely unstoppable. First a7, the king cannot approach them because of the knight. And after b7, one of the pawns is going to promote inevitably, and Gary resigned the game, giving Jan Nepomniachtchi the victory in the RCC week 1. And this, ladies and gentlemen, was your Coinbase rapid recap for week 1.
And what a game that was, Danya. There are a lot of intricacies there. And for a blitz game, I think that was marvelously played by White. He did allow d5. Then he was able to kind of correct it, putting his rook back to d1. And from then on, it was his game, and there was no debate. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is the winner in week 1, and Anish Giri takes second place. And so we already have standings in this Rapid Chess Championship. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi in first, of course, Anish Giri in second. But look at this. We see how the Grand Prix points break down. So even as far down as 20th place, is I think down all the way to 32nd, maybe they gained one Grand Prix point. So it's important to take part and do well enough. And, you know, just because you have a slow start doesn't mean you can't catch up.
And I love it because you get rewarded for playing, right? You get rewarded for consistency. And, you know, all you need is one very successful performance, and that really catapults you to the top of the standings. But a huge start for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He is going to be a mainstay in the RCC. And speaking of being a mainstay, you might wonder when he plays next. Well, the schedule is very easy to keep track of, Robert. The Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase happens essentially every weekend, with the exception of major tournaments such as the Candidates, Saturday and Sunday. Mark your calendars. Don't schedule anything for the morning.
That's absolutely true. Do not do that. You know, everyone who works a desk job, they usually leave space for the weekends for their friends. And I guess we're leaving that space for all of our friends online. Our best friend is the RCC. Our other friends, everybody
cancel your brunch, cancel your lunch, cancel your family breakfast. We are your friends, and you're watching the RCC. That's an order.
Yeah, you know, I don't really tell chat anything for the most part, but let alone that they're friends with me, because let's be honest, we're not friends. We don't know each other, but I am grateful that they tune in every single time for the show, for the great chess we've seen from some of the top players in the world. So Danya, thanks for being alongside with me today. It's been a great time. And any final thoughts before we head on out and try to enjoy our Super Bowl Sunday?
Well, first of all, Robert, thank you to you. This is always such a pleasure. I'd like to thank everybody in the chat. We had such energy in both Twitch and YouTube. So thank you to everybody there. And thank you to Matt, our producer, for yet another excellent and flawless production. Robert, this weekend flew by in a flash. I've got Grand Prix early tomorrow morning. So much action in the month of February, but the Rapid Chess Championship is such an amazing addition to the tournament calendar. And I'm not just saying that. I think it was proven this weekend, which is just the first weekend of so many of these. You have so much to look forward to.
For sure. And on that note, with that great goodbye, we will say goodbye, and we'll see you next week for more from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.